All right, folks. Double entry cost, but if we can get there, man, we just want to make it to the old 3 wins, right? All right, target 3 wins, and let's do this thing. All right, looks like there's a Sorin for us to start with. That's pretty cool. Oh, I didn't mention my sponsor, Card Kingdom. I'm going to go this view back to this view to bring up that logo, say thank you to my sponsor, Card Kingdom, and I'll go to Draft View. I really appreciate Card Kingdom and the great service they provide to the Magic community. If you need to buy, sell, convert to store credit, they got you covered. Go to cardkingdom.com and make sure you involve them in your price comparison. You'll be very happy if you do. If we're not rare drafting, is Sorin the pick? Yeah, I think so. I think you got to go for power here. If you're asking, is this powerful? Going to 6 loyalty on 4 is very strong. Maybe if Overseer were monocolored, you could start to talk to me about that maybe being a better, more flexible first pick. But I mean, we don't marry Sorin, but we take him and see if we can't head that way. We've seen over the past, since the changes in the bots, the bots don't really like white. So yeah, we could splash the white here if we ended up. One thing I like about normally I think about this in terms of green. Like when I see, like, let's say this were a Johnny and it were green white, then I'd be super slamming it because green is so good at splashing that you don't need to be green white to run Sorin. You just or to run a Johnny, you just need to be green something. But in this set, since black is so heavily paired with green in the fixing front, I see Sorin as a splashable in a lot of decks, but especially splashable in green-black. So I almost think of this as it's possibly a white-black pick, but it might even be more likely to be a green-black pick.
I have come for vengeance and blood.
And speaking of that, we could then take the Sage, which I think is a very powerful card, especially if you can do things like have a Sage in play, cast Sorin, and drop a land, you know? Then you're talking about a 7 loyalty to start on your Planeswalker. What else do we like here? There's Avian Eternal, there's Spark Harvest. I like the Reaver. The 2-drop Reaver is really great at keeping you alive to get to your good stuff, but Sage is just an engine, and we're going to take it. I do like Spark Harvest a lot, but I think Sage is powerful enough here to take. I hear you. Spark Harvest, though. Spark Harvest is an excellent 1-for-1, and boy, we want some removal, and I'll be really sad if we end up with none or whatever, but this format tends to turn on individual cards going unanswered and getting out of hand, and so I tend to value cards that, when they go unanswered, get out of hand over 1-for-1 removal in the set. So... that's my thinking there. There's Kiora, but I don't feel the need to go Kiora. I would rather even take like a Screecher or a Lynx, although I bet all 3 of these wheel if we leave these alone. In which case, but I don't want Banehound. I try not to play the Behemoth. You can in a pinch, but you'd much rather have the Giants, the 6 mana 4/5 draw card. Shriek Diver is playable, but kind of a bummer to be picking at pick 3 when I'd rather be taking the most powerful card. But is that... yeah, the Drake is where... I consider the Drake probably the most powerful card that roughly fits into... you know, that could fit into what we're doing. I don't think I like the Rager with anything going on here. I really don't want to be green-red if I can help it. So I guess we'll take the Drake and not worry about missing out on a Shriek Diver. Let's see what the bots want us to be. Maybe you would take this one in this spot if you're just going for the most powerful, but I do like a Drake. I like being blue too, so... F9er thinks, yeah, Rager best card by far. Maybe so. I just think I'm more likely to end up wanting to be here. Here's a Grateful Apparition if we want to just go green-white proliferate splash Sorin. Yeah, we're not locked into colors, I know. But I do start to think about what... I mean, it's a matter of what pile would I rather start with. Would I rather start with this 3 in a pile or these 2 and the Rager? And I guess I would just... I'd rather start with these 3. And yeah, Apparition is very strong here. I've been getting really nailed by this dumb card. I got to remember it more. Twice yesterday it got used as a... combat trick for an army that allowed an army to eat our creature, so I really want to remember that when that's a possibility. Like, what happens if my opponent casts plating right now is a question I should be asking myself. And yeah, let's take Apparition and see if they really want us to head this direction. There's Davriel. Could just go black-white. Rising Populace and War Screecher in here. Band Together is strong, though, if we want to keep on the green. This is an interesting one. I think I see Band Together or Davriel being the likely picks, but I think if we lean green, maybe it allows us to do some splashing and play some other stuff. And also, green. If we do green-white, the Sorin should be easily splashable, and green-white is probably if I'm going to be white, the place I want to be, I think. So yeah, let's take Band. Here's a Nurturer to support that, or the Firemine Vessel. This is interesting. These are both 4-mana fixers. Neither of them fix a double color. But this is where I think I just like Nurturer better. When you have the green, just go for the creature-based fixing and ramp. And I think that's where we are. Yeah, I mean, this ramps to 7 or whatever, but I haven't found that to be hyper relevant, but I find blocking to be pretty hyper relevant in the format. Also, the gain 3 is nice. I think we'll take this. Curious if anybody leans differently there. There's a late Toll, a Gateway Plaza, a Guild Globe. Lots of interesting stuff for us here. The Wolf isn't bad. Yeah, I kind of want to snap up this pack. Because I don't even, it's not even too late to consider the Toll. Like, we could still be green, black, splash, white. The Wolf has done better for me than I expected it would do, for sure. I don't necessarily think it's the pick here, though. And Toll is so good, right? Like, F9er is with me on that. Like, this is, This card wrecked us yesterday too. Like, we had a pretty decent deck to start the day, and then just got wrecked. And yes, having something that makes armies for Evolution Sage. All right, I'm with Colin and Niner. We're gonna take the Toll and see if we can't lean into that. We can take a Stinger here as the card most likely to at least be able to see play. But War Screecher is probably better than Stinger if we are base white. But with this Toll, I'd really love to be base green black here and just splash the Sorin. So probably Opportunist or Stinger if we're leaning towards that. And with no 2s besides the Apparition, might want to take an Opportunist, but this sure isn't the 2 that we want. So, well, GeoChirp, we haven't moved into it. What was the question is, what was the cost? What are you taking in that pack? And there were some other good options there. So maybe you just, but I like, with the Sorin, if we didn't have the Sorin, if we didn't have anything with a black mana symbol, I might be with you on that. But we really... Our base green do whatever, and I think it's worth. The Toll is strong enough to lean that way. Yeah, Toll I do think is better than Drake. It's really Rat Burglar. I mean, we liked Rat Burglar plenty good in its day, and this is like for 1 more mana. you may be turning your creature into a huge beast, and you get to choose what they discard. It is very good. Hey, Queen. Yeah, Opportunist is not useless. It's just that I only want like one Draconis. That's what I'm thinking. Like that we probably get one before the end of this draft. But you know, Stingers I can go 0 to 1, whereas actually I do want one Opportunist. So maybe we take the Opportunist and we'll see what Stingers we pick up. Good morning, Nick. Charmed Stray, nah, not really doing any of this. This makes me a little sad about where we're at color-wise, but I can't remember what all was in our opener. I didn't take a close look. This is our pack that we got Sorin from. Plating came back around, so I guess we take that. But I don't expect to play it. Storm the Citadel. It's never what I want to do when I'm green. I feel like with green, I'm trying to make big green inevitables where you don't need the Storm Citadel. Yeah, we may be getting yesterday we got a clear signal that no bots were in red, and we basically got every red card we wanted out of the draft. It was kind of silly. But here, yeah, I guess we're not in red. It's too late to be red, though. So I will take the uncommon for no other reason than Vault Progress and the fact that I'm not excited about any of those white cards, even if we ended up back in white. Like here, I think the chance of us splashing the black instead of the white makes me want the Lynx over the Behemoth. This is imminently replaceable, especially as a base green deck. I would much rather have the 4/5 in green at 5 mana than the 5/4 in black. So I'm gonna, and I don't want to play that giant either, Paleo from the last pack, but I will take the Lynx here because of that. Now we're best of 3, so Forced Landing is a solid sideboard choice. Dam Breaker. Oh, maybe we're green-blue. Who knows what we are here? We're not red. And here we go with an amazing red rare mythic incoming. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Guy. How do you know when a color is open? Well, when you're new to a format, it's tough because the way you determine if a color is open is by high quality cards in a color being passed kind of in the middle of pack 1. Basically, I think the most important signaling point is like pack 1, pick 4 through pick 7 or 8. And oh yeah, this is an easy cruel. None of you are talking gems though. Cruelty is definitely the best card, absolutely. But gems are a factor. With the thing with best of 3, I was looking at this. I was looking at the chart wrong before when we were looking at best of 3. So I'm going to take a second to do that. Where is it? Oh no, here it is. This is what I want. I think this is important to take a look at again here because I don't think I've explained it correctly in the context of best of 3 because we were looking at it wrong before. So let's take a look. I'd been consistently looking at this line, even in talking about best of 3. But if you look at that, that's in best of 1. I was sorry when we switched to best of 1. I was looking at it, and when I should have been looking here. So if we were best of 1, the bar to not rare draft is significantly higher. It's like twice as high at a 60% win rate to not. So if we were best of 1, I would take the 1/3, the rare, no, without question. As it is, we're down here on this line. We're at the traditional rare, and while I don't think it's the EV is so much closer, I'm happy to take the removal here. But if it were best of 1, I would have the discipline to take the rare. So I just wanted to point out the difference between those two lines and how it really nearly doubles the EV you need to when you're considering the rare draft in those two scenarios at this win rate. So we'll go back to the draft. Thank you for that Diversion Patience. Yeah, Draconis. So gems are Draconis says gems are tricky in this format as the card power levels are much higher, and I have argued that that actually makes it more correct to go for gems because Ob-Nixilis's cruelty in our deck versus not having it when we're staring at Oketra is, I mean, maybe we buy some time or whatever, but like the fact that a lot of cards are going to come down in this format and end games regardless of what's in your deck, I think it makes it more correct to go for gems, but we will take the cruelty here. Elder Spell for gems, or what can we can splash the Fire Mage. We can take the Snare Spinner to add some 2s. I don't think we're, especially with this cruelty, I think we really want to try and lean into the black-green base. Well, Skylord is for sure splashable, and we're doing... so I'm kind of... This is the card that attracts me the most. Also Jaya, because Jaya is equally splashable. Elder Spell is decent out of the board. We're playing... My plan is to play any color we want, and splash with 5-color fixing that makes splashing this and anything we want for a single mana late pretty trivial. So that's Banana Jack. Yeah, we're black-green, but part of the reason to be black-green is that you can grab things like Skylord with a very solid expectation that you'll end up with the fixing to be able to cast it. My real question is whether it's Jaya or Skylord, but sometimes the 2 damage isn't much, and really you want Jaya's static to really be helping you. I think if Jaya is making your red stuff do extra work, then she gets tipped in the balance, but as a splash, I think the Skylord is better. Interesting here. We're not really in these colors anyway, so we'll just take the Conjurant. Unless there's... I mean, I'd love this Bloom Hulk with what we're doing, but Conjurant makes the most sense. There's another Jaya chance. Same reasoning, though, that we might even just want to, like, a finisher or to take some gems here. This could be a good gem spot. We're not giving up too much. If we don't think the Jaya is valuable in our deck... yeah, red has seemed open a lot lately, too. We kind of missed pouncing on that signal, and by the time it was clear that red was a little underdrafted, like when that Prophet came around late, I think we hadn't taken any red, and it was just too much. Yeah, we could take a Plaza to support that splash, but I just expect that you don't need to contort yourself with Plazas when you're base green. You really want to get Horizon style fixing, and so I'm going to go ahead and take this. I think this is a spot where the gap is small enough, or I think it's in favor of Living Twister for the gems, because we just weren't giving up that much to do that. We also have, let's see, we're at 3 rare. Yeah, I'm not going to bother crafting anything today for that stuff. This is frustrating because, again, this is starting to feel like we're not in the right colors, or maybe it's continuing to feel like I just don't love anything here, and I'm gonna take a Big Dumb Worm. Is that really the situation? I suppose it's that, or like Vault Progress. It can't help you fetch your right lands, though. It helps you get more green. If this were get anything, I'd be snap in. So I'll take this. Yeah, Big Dumb Worm. I delayed picking it because I just wanted it to be something else, but it is what it is. Here we can take a Silverwing as a generic flyer. I think we take the Silverwing. Black-green doesn't inherently just have great flying protection, so it's actually kind of the deck where I like this the most. We can take a Populist too, but I think this is what black-green wants. Soren was pack one, pick one, yeah. And here we can take a Shriek Diver or Finisher. Crocodile's not unplayable, but not the pick here. Both 3-drops, both doing a similar thing in terms of Planeswalker control. Yeah, Big Drum Croc is alright. I just don't like it here over one of these two, I don't think. I like Finisher, especially... I like Finisher at its best when you have expendable army tokens to send in, because then they're damned if you do, damned if you don't when you send an army token at a Planeswalker that's defended. So, but this kind of just hits Planeswalkers undefended. I don't know, they're very close, actually. That's true. I like that point. It called out from China that Soren plus Finisher can pick off a Planeswalker, so that's a nice tiebreaker. We'll do that. Here's another forced landing I like for the board over anything else I'm seeing here, but boy, I'm counting on we need a hookup in the next pack. We can take Aid the Fallen, as we have Soren to get back, but we don't have anything else, and Courage and Crisis, I like having one of those. So yeah, we'll take... I think we can find an Aid next pack. If it's in there somewhere, we'll take a Courage. Another Forced Landing. Would we play 3? I guess if they were just blue-white skies, we would. Nothing wrong with 3 removal spells. We could take Honor the God Pharaoh if we think we're fixing here. Hat likes the vault over... I don't. I think if there is a world in which we might bring in 3 forced landings, and there is, if they show us a blue-white skies deck, then that's going to be better for our long-term gems than moving the needle slightly on our vault. Yeah. Could have been, should have been. I think where we could have gotten into red actually is that third pick, where somebody else was talking about how, well, they would have taken the Rager as the better card than the Thunderdrake, and certainly the Thunderdrake has done nothing but wave goodbye. I'm not saying it was... I mean, that's kind of a hindsight thing. I think the Thunderdrake pick was justified. Obviously, I made it. But if we had gone the other direction and taken the Rager, which was the close one, maybe we would have caught the red wave here. That being said, I will take another Silverwing and see. This deck isn't shaping up to be amazing, so we may have to take what we can get. And that's also the kind of deck where I might play a God Pharaoh statue. I've not been very impressed with this card, but if we get the tools, if we don't end up with a really great game plan, and we do get some ramping tools next pack, then I'm going to be willing to run this, because one of the ways we can steal games with a suboptimal deck is ramping into something like God Pharaoh's statue. Yeah. So we'll take it for the board. I don't think we're playing this. You people. You people. Is this just better? Yeah, we'll take this for the gems and the lulls, but yeah, we'll take it.
Fight with honor.
We'll take him. We have to. I don't think there's any world in which we can not take that there. Pledge of Unity on the splash. Where are we at? I know, but we had to take that. I mean, you know me, I would make the argument to consider it on the gem consideration alone. So I think we had to. Splash Greeting. Well, you'd rather splash the Greeting. Although if we splash the Greeting, shouldn't we just splash Ambush? I mean, Greeting doesn't need a creature, but Ambush, when you have a creature, is like better than Greeting. Yeah, we should have been. If we were red-green, I think we'd be really happy. And I was saying how I didn't want to be in red-green, but if we had just listened a little more carefully and accepted this seat as red-green, I think we would be really paid off. One. Well, if we don't count our white bodies, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this makes 1. 6, 7, 8. Splashing on the 9 and 10. Quick recap on rare drafting and its impact on the limited player on Arena from Mr. Guy. This is only something that's mattered since they changed the economy in the last few months, but basically now when you draft a 5th copy of a rare, at the end of the draft, you get 20 gems. If you draft a 5th copy of a mythic, you get 40 gems at the end of the draft. This doesn't matter. You might not have the set complete or anything. It's only whether you have 4 of those. So the value for rare drafting for the limited only player is that if you can push any one copy of a rare or mythic up to 4 copies, every future copy of that card that you draft is going to be worth 20 or 40 gems to you. And one of the things you can do is, especially if you are a limited only player and really don't care about constructed, then the only thing you can do with your wild cards is convert them into rares and mythics that you are about to draft so that you have 4 of them so that you get extra gems. So for example, let's say we already had a Karn. Let's say we had 1 copy of Karn in our collection. We don't have this in our collection yet. It's just waiting to be added at the end of the draft. So if we were to go use these 3 rare wild cards on 3 more copies of Karn, we would have 4, and then at the end of the draft, you would get 20 gems. So we can even go do that here. Why not? Let's make sure we're going to get gems off of Karn. So, perfect. We do have, in fact, 1 Karn. So, craft the rest. Oh, that's the wrong Karn. We don't. We have. We are low on Karn. So I won't bother because if we had 1, see if I show the ones we not collected, then we see the right Karn. So we don't have any yet. But if we had 1, then we could craft 3 more, go back to the draft, and get gems out of it. I'm glad we didn't have the mythics because I did not want to. I did not want to be spending my mythic wild cards on Dominaria cards. I'll tell you that. Because that's another thing. What I try to do here is model what someone on a low dollar budget can do to maximize their return on their arena entertainment. And so because of that, if you do care about constructed in any way, I really recommend trying to spend your time in limited on sets that aren't going to rotate in the fall, so that when the fall comes and a bunch of stuff rotates out of standard, you will have been focusing on sets that are good for another year yet. Anyway, back to this tough pick. I'm hearing calls that the grown-up pick is the Druid. And it may be that... How does this deck start to look if we actually go back to thinking of black as the splash? And, like... if we didn't play like a finisher, but maybe even just play, I don't know if we play Toll in that world, but like our 2s get a little better if black is on the splash. Anyway, I'm still saying, assuming we get some green fixing, we might not be even necessarily be on black green still. So let's keep that in mind. Whatever. Yeah, we'll start him in the board. We're unlikely to play Karn, but it's not actually not it's not impossible because we could do 2 silver wings in the board and Karn. Like if we have 2 silver wings and a statue in the board, Karn does become playable, right? I don't know. We can talk about that, but I don't think Karn is unplayable if you have the density of sideboard artifacts. So. For right now, though, we'll just remember that that's a possibility. Yeah, that's the other thing. This is not going well. I mean, if you ask me, how do you like your draft so far? I'm like, I don't like it at all. We're in the wrong seat. We missed the signal on red, and now we're not drafting the right color for our seat. And so I do want to be thinking about, well, how do we salvage this? This is somewhat train wrecky here, folks. So I'm already in the mindset of salvaging, where you look for ways to get some sneaky wins that maybe are not your ideal plan A, but in a kind of you do what you must kind of way. So we'll see how it goes there. So given that, though, we could also again consider that pledge, but I'm with you all that Pollen Bright is certainly a card we know 100% we're going to play, so we kind of need to take this. And this is a sign that the draft isn't going well when the supposed benefit of being black-green is that we can do things like take ambush and really augment our card quality. And instead, we're taking things that we are hoping to more like wheel and take this on the wheel. But we're so empty at 2, we just need to do it. I agree. There's another Sage. So we can lean into that a little more here and really try and go for the proliferate angle. So we got to try and capitalize on Sages now. I'm going to take the Sage and we're going to look for anything we can to get counters on stuff and try to lean into Sage. Paradise Druid, I hope we can take that. I'd love to take... these passing 2 outbursts is tough, but this is... I didn't say it out loud, but this is like exactly the uncommon we want. Give me some counters. Give me some counters. No counters. So there's a Ceratok for 5 that we know we would play. We also have Griffin in the air if we want to lean more towards the white now, or Tithe Bearer if we think we are more still leaning towards the black. And I don't think we're blue at all except on the Skylord plan. And I'm kind of on the Ceratok plan here because, again, we know we're going to play it. It's crazy that we're early mid pack 3 and still don't know what our second base color is, but truly the white could flow from here such that we splash black, or the black could flow here such that we splash white. So let's take the Ceratok as we try to somehow continue to read signals in the middle of pack 3. Well, it's all clear now. So Harvest is more powerful than Wanderer's Strike, but Wanderer's Strike plays into the proliferate theme. All right, I need help. I need poll help. I don't know. I don't know when. I don't know when Deckmaster will allow me to see voting results again, but I'm going to run this one in a poll because we're going to make it a 20-second poll on Spark or Strike. Do you like Spark or Strike here? I mean, you got to figure out now. We've got Toll. We've got Pollen Bright Druid for a counter. We've got Courage and Crisis for a counter. Sorin comes with counters naturally. We have this adding counters. Conjurant has counters naturally. Skylord creates something with counters. Yeah, the Skylord's good by itself, I think. If we get even any more support, like I want one more fixing thing, like we have Centaur Nurture and Paradise Druid. Oh man, if we somehow lucked into a Paradise Druid pick 7 or something, I would... Oh, we'd be in great place. I would love another one of those. I'm not counting on it, but okay, I'll take the Harvest. Reaver is a reward for going Harvest, really, since one of the things we really need as a base green black deck is more 2s, and this is a slam 2 right here. One more pick of fresh cards. Here we go. Come on, another one of those. Oh, another Toll is good. I didn't see a Reaver and was a little bit sad, but we'll take another Toll and settle finally on black. Definitely not playing the Lynx, and we'll see about whether an Apparition can justify itself in the context of Proliferate. But we'll take another 2 here. Not an exciting one, but we're just happy to get in 2s. And maybe the Behemoth, but probably not. Grizzly came around late, which is where it deserves to be, but we'll take it here. Spark Reaper also is a much more intriguing late card. I like it over the Croc, although Croc, you know, with Courage and Crisis on a Crocodile plus double Evolution Stage, this is... I would play one, I think. If we could get one of these, I think I would run it, but I don't think it's correct to take here over Spark Reaper. Let's see our 3s especially. We have some decent 3s. Maybe we can cut the Grizzly, though, if we do this. I do like Reaper over Grizzly. Here's an Aid the Fallen we can consider. Maybe a start it in the board, and if they have removal and we want to really feel like Sorin is the truth, we can. So... Speaking of Vault, there's the Vault progress. Oh, since I know at least one of our viewers is learning how to manage the economy on free-to-play Arena, so let's talk about this Vault. We've been talking about Vault progress. One of the reasons that you, at the end of a pack, if there's no playables for you, if literally no card in the pack has any chance of making your deck in main deck or sideboard, then check for an uncommon, because if there's an uncommon will give you a little bit more Vault progress than a common. And Vault progress is the common/uncommon equivalent of rare drafting. Basically, when you get a 5th copy of a common or an uncommon, you get a little percentage progress on this Vault, and when it hits 100%, you get to crack it, and you get a mythic wild card, 3 rare wild cards, and mythic, 2 uncommon, 2 rare, and 3 uncommon wild cards. So you can't even, if we click it now, it wouldn't work. So unless they fix that, but I don't even care. We'll worry about it later. So we have the Karn option, and we have. Does it get? No, that's an Ugin thing, not a Karn thing. I was just making sure it said artifact and not colorless. So we do have a Paradise Druid and a Nurturer, but that does not leave me comfortable enough to double splash, because I want to run basics. So I think we have to cut Skylord here. And we should bring back in Finisher, yep. So definitely at least that. And it might just be our deck. It's not like we have a lot of choices here. It didn't go super well. We have one cut to make still, too. I was talking about the Grizzly, maybe, for that cut. Let's see what the deck looks like there. Put that around a 5. That's where I like to cast that if it works out. Yeah, unless you want to risk a double splash, I like cutting this down to 1 and going like this at least, and then Apparition is a question mark. Do we even bother with the Apparition? We could cut the Apparition and just leave it as Sorin only. I Sure Do Love Memes says 2 Toll of the Invasions instead of a Grizzly. I like him. I mean, Toll is a linchpin type card in this format. It's emerging as such. It's emerging as a really critical common that helps manage one of the most important factors of this format, the bomb density, the rare heaviness. If you want to compete against sicko mythics and you don't have them yourself, you got to run things like Toll of the Invasion. Toll of the Invasion can cut out the thing that you couldn't beat from that. Who turned the heat on in my house? It's almost summer, for crying out loud. I'm gonna go turn off the furnace dragon while you consider this state of the deck, and I'm curious to know whether we are running this apparition. We could cut the apparition for the grizzly. I definitely like the first 2 tolls over the grizzly, but I could see an argument for, hey, let's not push this splash. By the time you can cast this, it won't be able to get through. Maybe we bring in the apparition if they show no flying defense. So yeah, let me go fix my house. So I'm asking about God Pharaoh's statue. I'm not high on God Pharaoh's statue, but I recognize it as a swingy card, a card that can swoop in and steal a game that you wouldn't have won otherwise. But it's an absolute joke against anything even remotely aggressive. You want to drop this on turn 6 after Boros or Red-Black has emptied their hand on you? Like, that is just a mulligan. That's just a straight-up mulligan. And I hate main decking things that I consider to be straight up mulligans in certain matchups. That is like just the perfect spot as a sideboard card. So when you have such a strikeout home run type card as God Pharaoh's statue, I think you really need to be circumspect about bringing it in and make sure you're doing it because your opponent is trying to go long and do huge things, and that actually you getting this out is going to let you come underneath Oppo and get them dead before their superior endgame beats you, for example. So if we play a controlling deck that's looking to get to some finale type X spell or something to close this out, then that's a perfect spot to bring this in, but we're going to start it in the bench. Yeah, while I was off getting the heat turned off and a beverage, I concluded that we do need to cut this apparition. I really don't want to run. I will bring it in as a splash if I feel like the opponent is defending the air with removal, right? If Oppo is defending the air with 1/3 spiders, we do not want apparition. It's just not going to be effective. If they're defending the air with silver wings and other flyers, and reach in general, we don't want to bring it in. However, if they are defending the air with Obnixilus's Cruelty and Spark Harvest, then we can bring it in because this comes down late and they either need to use removal on it or it starts to do its thing, right? And that leaves us bringing back in either like this Grizzly or maybe even a Behemoth for a little extra beef. Those are like the 2 things I would consider. Grizzly, not great. It just, it's like 4 mana, draw 16 out of, draw a third of a card, right? That's not great. But neither is really just some dumb beef, but I actually think dumb beef comes in more handy in terms of saving games than a grizzly. What do you think of that? Am I crazy for going beefy behemoth over mana sink, technically grizzly? It does scry away land, that's true. But we're double evolution sage, so land is actually solid for us anyway. I'll leave it on the board, and then we'll decide. I think I like this is a nice generic way to start, and then we can. This is the type of thing we take out for the statue or the grizzly, depending on what we think of the matchup. Yeah, it scries away spells, but that's just randomness, right? Like it might scry us 2 spells, it might scry us away from spells. That factor is less relevant to the fact that you literally don't want to draw lands generally, and so it's actually a good thing to scry away lands, whereas it's a neutral thing that it might scry away spells. But with the Sage, it just makes me want to lean into the Sage, where the lands are actually not the worst draw if you've got the Sage stuff going. So, Sage... Saheeli's Sage. It's funny because we don't have actual Saheeli, but I'm just looking at what we have: multiple observer or Toll of the Sage, Sage Invasion, whatever. It is captured. We should play. Silver Sages is good. Maybe I'll switch it to that. Yeah, I note I did not... Someone was talking about bringing in the Skylord. Again, I don't want... Since I'm using a basic land to support the splash, I don't want to do a double color splash. This is probably all wrong. Well, even if we draw a swamp, we can cast everything in our hand, so we're going to keep this. No, we're not playing Karn. I would have played Karn if we found more Silver Wings we wanted to take, and maybe more statues. If we put Karn in, I want to take the Silver Wings out, and it's just like we don't even have the card quality to do that. Right, Windraven nailed it. Like, we don't have the card quality in our card pool to play the Karn game with these Silver Wings. We actually need to main deck them. Do you play Conjuring on 2 here if nothing else changes significantly? Inquiring minds want to know. Yeah, in front, Logan has the same question. Well, it certainly depends somewhat on what Oppo does here. And that makes me not want to, because Conjurant doesn't get through that on 2. And the Snare Spinner isn't a... And it doesn't block the Snare Spinner well either, so we're definitely going to let that go. You would do it here? I mean, like I said, I was thinking about it, and I think on an empty board I would, so that we had pressure. Because that, like, if they did nothing, then I would want pressure in the case of a turn 3 Planeswalker. But if they have a turn 3 Planeswalker here, we couldn't have pressured it with the Conjurant anyway, but we may be able to pressure it with a 3/3 Conjurant, so I like waiting. Yeah, we got to play around Blast Zone. Keep that in mind. But if their main phase putting counters on Blast Zone, that can't be the worst for us either. What do we give them? I mean, Conjurant will be a CMC 0, so they can't Blast Zone the Conjurant. That's nice. But I think here since they did not play anything that we need to pressure, I'm going to open on the Reaper and move into Silver Wings, and then we'll lead up to the biggest conjurant we can muster. But we want to make sure they can't really punish us for putting too much of the same CMC on board with that blast zone. Well, we're going to make a Silverwing here, and then hope that a 5/5 Conjurant is enough to dissuade a Snare Spinner from attacking the turn after that. But we're also not blocking with either, so we can attack with the Reaper first. Yeah, Luis mentioned that trick on LR, on the rare set review, that one of the things to remember about an opponent with Blast Zone is that you can proliferate it at instant speed out of range. Like if they do an end of turn, let's say at the end of their turn they want to move this to 4 to get our double Silver Wing, but we have instant speed proliferate. You can proliferate and make it go all the way to 5, and then it passes by the thing they want to do. They're drawing more forests. That seems like probably the worst draw on their deck, unless they are out of lands and just need more. So that was a good one for us to see. Might have to send in... I might be willing... I think I'll send in the Spark Reaper and see if we can't... Oh, never mind. Is that put on... Oh, yeah, we're just... What order to do this? I was thinking about running them both in, and 2-for-1ing ourselves, or actually 1-for-1ing. Like, yeah, actually, I still will do that. If they want to trade Spark Reaper for, and we finish it with Finisher, that's fine with me. And then if they don't want to do that, we can make a 5/5 Conjurant. I'm not surprised by this block. I think longtime Magic player, they may have something that makes them not value this troll very highly, but if you value the troll highly, I think players with more experience would not make this block and just go with the race. But given some of the stuff we saw from Oppo, like a main phase Blast Zone token instead of threatening with the mana, it made me think that block might happen, and I think this is good for us, so let's do it. And we'll drop our splash color here and not make a 2/2 Conjurant. That's pretty good value out of a land, you know? I mean, for a land, they got to turn their land into a removal spell. That is a very powerful effect. I like where we're at in this game in general, but that was good. What we have here is the chance to go 6 tap out into Conjurant, and then next turn have Band Together and Silverwing. So we can dump our hand here over the next 2 turns, and Oppo is only showing green? Are they mono green? I don't know what's going on here. Oh, they sure do, right? Yeah, it's not free. If they're assuming they're at least 2 colors, this might have been their other color, and they might be really sad about this. But we're going to go 6 on the Conjurant. That card showing its power. We have stopped to consider casting this basically every turn of this game, and the fact that you can do that with it, ask that question, is this the time we want to slot in Conjurant? Is this the time? Like, it's a really powerful card, how it just slots in and is super... What does this say to you? Is this, okay. Like, Oppo, if you make that attack, I'm going to believe your giant growth, but as it is, probably means we can band together here, and they're not going to be able to... Well, let's see. Now that we have band together up, I hope it's pump. But we got to play that carefully as well. And I'm going to send in the Conjurant. And if it is pump, they'll probably try to get tricky here, and then band together will be Amaze Balls. And if they do that, we can probably assume they don't have pump, actually. And maybe... But I still don't see the need to poke that bear. Seems unlikely they have pump now, right? Maybe the play is to just band together. But also we only have one green, so playing the Nurture allows us access to green, but it turns off the ability to band together. So, Actually, I'm going to go Skywing. And I think we risk it. At worst, we trade band together. I mean, this is not a fight. They just deal damage. And we can keep band up. And we know what they're drawing now, though, so it doesn't matter when we do this. So, yeah, given that, we'll just... we know what they're drawing. Now I'm going to band together, and then if they do have pump, we at least have the option of a follow-up block to take it out. Alright. We were extra cautious, but they had nothing. And we'll see if, again, this player feels newer to me. So we'll see if they know how Conjurant plus Death Touch works. The answer is they do not, and we may get the Frustration Scoop off of that. I'm gonna... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Centaur Nurture doesn't change the clock. But I also think they're pretty far off from having any kind of sweeper effect, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this. I mean, they could go New Horizons into some kind of sweeper effect, but that seemed unlikely. Yeah, it's true, Fiddles, that they might have thought they needed to chump there, but I think it's probably correct not to, but maybe they felt they had to. Might have been a spot where they just felt they needed to chump. But certainly there were some signs that the player maybe was not as experienced with Magic as some of us. Anyway, did we see the Flyers? No, they showed mono green. That's hardly the Flyer defense color. They may have other colors that they just didn't show us, but I'm not sure I change anything. It's not like we have much to change unless, again, they did show Spider and stuff, so I don't want to bring in the Apparition. Makes even these Silver Wings feel like maybe we do like, we could go bam, 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 bam. I mean, that's the one Karn configuration we could do. Ask me again, Dionysus, after the match is over. I do want to talk about Constructed on Friday with Jay, but I want to do it when I'm not under the gun, okay? Do anybody like this, or is this just silly? All right. We'll try it. I don't know if Vaporkin likes it or not, but I assume not. Like the best flyer removal in the set, or the best fly? Like, I mean, it's kind of the best flyer removal in the set since it does doesn't provide any death triggers or even, you know, heck, you can. It's an answer to that blue god. You know, that makes it pretty darn good. This looks weak. I suppose if we had a swamp, I would keep this. Toll plus Spark Harvest is actually pretty solid. But I wouldn't call it a Snulligan Raptor, but I am going to mulligan it. I think you could make an argument that if you found your way, but there's too much nothing going on here. Also, when you are against an opponent you feel may lack the experience you have, you really just want to cast your spells. Like, make sure you can cast your spells, right? So, generally, you may, against Ben S in that spot, say, I need to get lucky, so maybe I need to hope that we draw out of this. But against a opponent you think you have an advantage over, you should definitely mulligan into more playability. Yeah, Oppo Mold to 5, so that's useful for us as well. Do we want that? It's among our only removal, but we want to head towards these. Also, they did mold a 5. I think I'm going to go for land and just assume that if we can just resolve our stuff, we'll be okay. Good question, Vaporkin, who asks if we're going to play heavy Dominaria. I love Dominaria, so the answer is probably yes. But I advise against drafting rotated formats from free-to-play accounts. We may make an exception there. This is a nice draw for us. But that's kind of my thought on it. So I do want to play lots of Dominaria. It's really fun. We just may go lighter on the free-to-play. Paradise Druid will almost certainly untap. I don't think there's any -1/-1 effects. Or maybe there is, and I'm not thinking about it, but... yeah, Edict could do it. Good call. Yeah, that's a good point, but they did have a Banehound in play, so the 2 mana could have been Trick as well. So we should consider that Oppo may have a Trick for the Banehound. But for now, there's nothing to bother saging. If we go Karn +1, and it's at 6, they can attack it down to 3, and then he can minus for value... and we can cast the thing for 4. Then it kind of just may end the game. Death Touch, yeah. What's your comment on Death Touch? I mean, Death Touch doesn't Death Touch Planeswalkers. But we're not going to Sage this turn. I'm just trying to decide if we Karn. I think we do. If they want to, like, if they do have a trick, though, they may expend it to take out Karn. Actually, I'm going to do this. Had to make a call late. Oh, shoot. They had a good spell for it. But I'm okay with where we're at. Now we're going to go ahead and Behemoth out. Play the Behemoth and try to protect the Karn. And then we should be pretty golden if we can protect the Karn from here. Yeah, they could Massacre Girl here, and that would be pretty effective. probably going to hold land and go Karn, play no land, and then next turn be able to Sage, play land. And maybe we even get to start with a minus on Karn, but it almost doesn't matter. Oh, I said it was going to hold land. We could Sage, and we could Karn and Mantle. Yeah, well, let's do that. Let's do this play.
I battle with the forces of good.
I could put him up to 6 to protect him, but I think I'd rather get the sure thing artifact in hand now, and and protect him with what we've got out. And I'll go ahead and take the statue, and we'll try and play that. And actually, if we're gonna play that next turn, we could just drop the forest here, but I still like holding land for the Sage right now. We may trade off the Paradise Druid as well, depending on what Oppo does for this situation. Yeah, if they put a counter on the Stinger, I would put it on the Stinger, because that makes it much tougher for us to block. I think that was a mistake from Oppo. Probably have to trade the Stinger for the Behemoth if they had gone with that. Yeah, we can't do the Evolution Sage stuff unless if we want to cast the statue. Because we could also go minus on Karn again and play... Like, statue... I mean, maybe it shuts off this card or whatever, but it's I don't think it's actually a big hurry for us to play the statue. When we could actually plus Karn to make him just a little bigger, and then and actually play our creatures. We can go... That's what I'm going to do. Wait, what did I do? Oh, yeah. There you go. Submit 0. And then... That just confused me for a second. But then we do... this... I mean, yeah, I like that, but we'll get there. I like building out this board, protecting Karn, and just getting there with these.
We'll do this together.
Sure, since I'm covering Karn a little, we can move over here. I still want to do some more experimenting with the best spot for things. Yeah, we have Conjurant, but yeah, let's do the statue now. And I'm gonna minus Karn for a Silverwing. What was your weird line though? Hold on, let's see. Proliferate the Banehound, so Oppo has to trade the Death Touch for our Duskmantle operative. Oh, sure, I see what you're saying, yeah. Well, the Banehound looks like it's already... Oppo did that for us. Oh, sorry. Stupid Conjurant is making me stall the game. You're not stupid, Conjurant, I like you. Awesome Conjurant making me stall the game.
Strength.
Yeah, it's big. If you can get it a little bigger, well, then you'll make it a 2-for-1, but we're not going to let you attack successfully with that Banehound if we can help it. Oh, and we will snap off that. Oh, come on, no, bring it. No. Didn't want to bring it. Let's go Silverwing Finisher here. Now, do we want to... Let's see. Until your next turn, one target non becomes an artifact creature with power. Yeah, well, we don't want to attack into the Stinger, so we're going to leave this back for now. And play... Well, they don't know about our finisher, and they fell for it last time. Well, the Dusk Mana... Nah. I think we... Conjurant... Yeah, Conjurant and Proliferate onto it. Doesn't even matter what order we do that in, does it? Let's do it this way. I guess it leaves us mana up to do it this way. And yeah, we'll get the other Silverwing. So Karn, 4 mana, draw 3, but you gotta protect him. Wasn't too bad. Nothing to attack with here, though. 25 turns away. Wow. Time flies when you have a God Pharaoh statue. Oh, maybe you weren't here, Nick, but we already taught him the interaction between Conjurant and Death Touch. I think it was non-creature artifact. I don't think I could do anything with the Silverwings. Well. I don't take too much pride in kicking sand in the face of a newer player, but I will certainly take the win. So yeah, given that, I mean, we could we had this line of that we brought in out of the board that we could start main if we liked that line. But it was nice to establish that we felt like we had some time, like it was a good play. Right on, Geezy. Congrats on the 7 win. And thank you. Dionysus has reminded me to speak to Jay Schneider, appearing on the show again this Friday after our normal drafting. So right now it's like 10:30 my time, and I usually wrap up around noon. On Friday, at around that time, instead of wrapping up, we're going to have Jay on for some Constructed. He has the assignment this week of building a deck around Parhelion 2. But I think what I really want to do is get a little more focused on how we approach what Jay deck builds in the off week. One thing that I think might make sense, because I took a poll, and in fact, I could take another one here. We have 117 viewers. Which is a nice... So I am going to take a poll and I'll do it for like 45 seconds. And this is about, if you were to stick around, like if you don't care about Constructed at all, don't even bother voting, please. But if the idea of some Constructed content is of interest to you and you're like, well, I might stay around for some Constructed content for Jay if the content was about ... and that's where the poll is, or the thing I most want to see from your Constructed content is, and I think the categories are basically spiky content, how to take on Constructed standard queues from a more rogue deck builder angle, and free to play content, how to make the most of your Constructed from an account that isn't getting a lot of money. But then here's the third one I want to throw at you, because I think that this might be, because Spiky got some support the last time I asked about this. But one thing I've been thinking about is that on Fridays they introduce frequently, sometimes it's draft, but frequently the wacky weekend format is a Constructed format, right? And the thing with trying to attack like serious standard metagames from a rogue deck building angle is that it's hard. Like the entire Magic community is working on the challenge of beating standard, so it becomes very difficult to say you should definitely be playing this Parhelion 2 deck in the Constructed queues over Mono Red Aggro or Esper Control, right? When things like Esper Control and Mono Red Aggro are so entrenched and good, it becomes hard to seriously attack those formats with cards like Parhelion 2 or whatever. So, but it seems to me that it's a kind of a wheelhouse place for Jay to be tackling on a weekend by weekend basis how to get an advantage in the fun queues. What do we call those? I don't even like the it's the wacky format. It's the you know, I don't know what they call them even. But for the purposes of poll, we'll call that fun. Not that it's just for fun, but it's the fun. The fun format that they add at the end of the week. So I'm curious if you're more interested in straight up competitive standard, tackling straight up competitive standard from a rogue deck builder's angle. That answer is Spike. Working with your free to play account on grinding decks and making the best of a limited card pool. That's going to be F2P, free to play. And then the third one is tackling the wacky format of the weekend, and that's going to be fun. So those are your voting options, and I'm curious where your interest lies there. So I'll set that up here. Spike, F2P, or FUN. And by the way, this isn't going to limit the content. It's not like we're going to settle on one thing and only do that. I'm just kind of curious where people's heads are at. And it may end up being contextual. Like, oh, there's a really neat, wacky thing this weekend, so we're totally going to do a beat this wacky format session this Friday. But then on the next week, we go, okay, look, Esper control is clearly overwhelming all of the competitive queues. What can we do as rogue deck builders to attack that metagame? So we won't be stuck on any one category. I'm just curious where the heads are at. Very interesting. Cool. Huh. That's a much different result than we got when we polled before. So hey, Oni, don't worry, I'll count your votes as well. I'm gonna grab them here and copy that, and then I'll talk to Jay about it. But thank you for that, and of course, there you go. We'll be messing around with standard on Friday after some limited, and that's great. Then Queen, then the results are going to be right in your wheelhouse, because you know the fundamentals of making a good deck are going to be part of any lessons around managing a free-to-play account. So, no, we have not. You mean looking at his binders? Yeah, no. I'm putting off the binder stuff until I actually resolve buying his collection, and after we get some basic standard deck building content under our belt. But we will do that. Anyway, thank you all for your feedback there, and thanks for your patience as I took a little aside to address that. We were talking about here, though, whether we want to do Vivian's Grizzly Karn versus the more generic double Silverwing. I think I do like starting with a double Silverwing, though. Against decks that are playing some Planeswalkers that we need to pressure, these are going to be important to us. We really don't have a lot of way to get through a ground stall past these Silverwings, so I really want to keep them in the main until we see that they're not really necessary. Any particular reason for doing best of 3 over best of 1 draft on the free-to-play account? The value is there for us as high win rate best of 3 players. If we really, I was saying before we started, if what I really wanted to focus on was making sure that this account was able to play 1 draft a day on stream and not lose its resources, I would insist on best of 1, where the entry cost is only $750 as opposed to $1,500, and therefore even if our EV is worse EV on a 750 gem entry is going to be better for our gem balance on a 1 event per day cadence than best of 3. But best of 3, as gamblers, as smart gamblers, and by gambling, I don't think Magic is not gambling in the traditional sense. A great definition of gambling, it's straight up gambling if there's nothing you could do to make your chances of winning the game worse, right? Like, so if you go play roulette and forget the green bets, there's nothing you can do to make roulette's odds different. Like, there's no skill in it. You can't make yourself lose, you can't make yourself win. Obviously you can make yourself lose Magic, so it's not true gambling. But if you're a smart gambler in terms of EV, you would want to take the thing that gave you the most value. But if you want to protect your gems, you're willing to take a little bit of a worse return to have a less expenditure. But at the end of the day, I'm willing to do either, so I put it for a vote, is the bottom line. F&M Hero, huh? Yesterday it was 9K. Well, it was close, but we entered in for 1,500 and then lost, and then we entered in for 1,500 again. So yesterday it was 8,780, and today it's 5,780. But hopefully we get some return out of this one. And my spreadsheet is a little behind. I think the last update was like Thursday, so we'll get the spreadsheet updated hopefully later today. We'll see though. I'm drafting in Atoms tonight, so. Yeah, I'm going to start here, and we'll get back into this draft. Yeah, but this is a nerve-wracking deck to be trying to get to 3 wins on, because it's not a great one. But we're going to keep this on the strength of a guaranteed Reaver and an any land toll, and we hope it's a forest. This is kind of a mulligan, but I think the rest of it is good enough to keep. And maybe we play this eventually this game. Hopefully we do. I think if we play a Primordial Worm this game, we win. Also, it doesn't hurt that Oppo has mulligan to 5. And a toll is especially brutal for someone who's mulligan to 5. Assuming we can get there. Need a land off the top. Come on, forest. Poor us not having a 3rd land. Yeah! We're awesome. Rich us. And we're going to toll right away here. And this just could be backbreaking. Woof. Okay, well, we are up against white blue skies. That's good to know. And let's assume they draw an island. Then what are we gonna wish we took? Probably just their Flux Channeler, although a 2/3 flyer, what are we gonna do about that? Yeah, Channeler is probably the thing that could just do the most busted stuff if they got the right draw together. I mean, it's not that impressive now, but the free-to-play content Dionysus I framed as managing a limited resources, no pun intended, although actually the original pun was intended, account, and how to approach deck building from when you don't have access to just any card you want. Yeah, Guard Mage is 2 mana away, but it may be more impactful on the game than the Flux Channeler would have been. We could Sage here, but knowing their hand, if we Courage in Crisis, we put a lot of pressure on, and then if we draw a land, we can Sage land, and then both of these get bigger. So I'm going to Crisis the Reaver and try and grow both of these off of a land on the next draw. I think it's pretty greedy to do that. I mean, doesn't this get more damage? Like, we turn this into 6 power here, and if we found a land right there, we go Sage, land, these become 8 power. Like, I think that was the greedy, you know, if anything, that was the greedy play. They're not showing the ability to single block anything and win here, so we're going to attack in with both and have cruelty at the ready. This might elicit a scoop. Hard to come back from this, but they do have, if they find another island and get some lands and we don't kill them quick, they could finale into a bomb or a sweeper or something. Okay, there we go. See, this is the play I thought was greedy. I don't know why playing the Sage first is the greedy play. Yeah, budget decks, and even not necessarily budget decks, but how to take a look at your collection and say, well, I do have 4 of that rare. Maybe we can make something work there. You know, or we have 3 of those. All you know, how to spend your wild cards wisely. And this is a good one to ask of Jay, because Jay is all about managing it like a free-to-play account. Yeah, see, it happened. We're definitely triple force landing. Faux show, and probably... Ugh, now what do we cut? Maybe it's not triple. Maybe we cut a finisher. And... a behemoth. It's pretty boring. Maybe even the worm. Worm's not going to do... Like, it can maybe pressure what they're doing, but I kind of like... Why can I not look at my stats? There we go. 13, 10... Yeah, not budget decks necessarily. Not about just, but that would come up. I don't think that's necessarily interesting, but we would talk about it. You know, like, hey, you want to build these decks, but then if you want to go on your own, that kind of. Right, Dionysus. It's not about. It's not always about giving you a fish. It's sometimes teaching you to fish. Right. You use my throwaway account as an example of how to approach it in an attempt to teach you to fish, since we can't even give you a fish because we don't have access to your account. Oh shoot, running out of time here. I'm gonna just go with this. Waited too long. Hopefully it's good. Yeah, that's another way to approach it, would be evolving the precons, but I find evolving the precons is just, I don't know, you pretty quickly are just abandoning the precon and doing something completely different. It's hard to, it's a starting point though. Like, there are some decks that the synergies there in the precons are strong enough to make some swaps. But we're definitely going to keep this. We have a 2 and we have a Sorin. And even our splash land for it. Don't want more land, but if we find sages, it'll still be okay to push Sorin up. But no more land, please, deck. No more land. Well, maybe they're a really good mulliganer and just got terrible hands. Happy that we found a Spark Reaper. Now we get to play a protected Sorin if they don't do anything about the Spark Reaper or add a flyer. Hard to protect Sorin well against a Skies deck like we're facing here, but we will see if we feel the coast is clear on our untap. Visionary should be very helpful to Oppo, but I may have kept the Wall of Runes just to pitch it to the Visionary. Missed that last time. Well, now Soren is under pressure from the Drake, and we drew a Toll of the Invasion, so we're going to see what they've got in their hand instead of playing out Soren here. Drake never getting a counter, but what is Soren doing for us? Soren isn't really doing anything for us here. I'd love to tick him up on a board where he wasn't under pressure. And I guess he just sits there and trades damage for the Drake. So actually it's okay. We'll run him out. I mean, I don't want to do Operative Courage. We could do that, but like, what are we doing with that play? Maybe it's worth it. We could kind of like Courage on the Spark Reaper. Maybe we Spark Reap the Amass token. Always a lot of choices in this format. I'm going to play out this Plains, and yeah, Opportunist big enough to start attacking, or just again, just the Reaper makes some sense too. But let's play out Soren and start plussing. Sometimes a Planeswalker can just force, like, I don't know if Gifts is frustrated here. Gifts might just give up on this game entirely. Sometimes that happens with Planeswalkers, even though it's not the most powerful thing ever here. Yeah, and if we do this, that's a good point. Proliferate is better with the Planeswalker down. We're going to draw one of our 3 flyer removal spells anyway, and then it'll be no problem.
End this insolence.
Another flyer, and then Soren is legit pressured, and we'll have to maybe rethink our turn, maybe Spark Reaper this and look for some of our flyer answer. Not too worried about that.
The weak feed the strong.
Want to save the lands now, though. I think we're not really Xing. Oh, I guess we have Conjurant. Our tension is Conjurant versus our double Evolution Sage. And do we want the Reaper? You know what? I'm going to start, actually, we're going to play this land, because like I said, we do have Conjurant to find. I'm going to take this army token and, well, I guess we can, we Proliferate, that's pretty good on it. Never mind. I was going to go for a card over the, but making it a 2/2 makes it worth not doing that. So I'm going to Courage and Crisis the Reaper here. That's my plan. And then Reaper even has an attack. And a pretty good one. You know, take quite a punch or trade off a creature. They have a Looter, which is going to help them with their draw. But we can do a Desperation Chump if they happen to do something that we decide we need to do something dramatic to save Soren or whatever. Yeah, we have an Opportunist, and we're life linking on our turn and stuff, so Soren not doing a whole heck of a lot, but our creatures having lifelink alone and distracting this Drake seems reasonable. Does it deal damage? No, I don't think lifelink works on Opportunist because it's they lose life instead of take damage. But we'll certainly at least turn that on. We can also send in stuff to maybe potentially minus Sorin, but I kind of like where we're at here. Let's see, if we send in the Reaper, what happens? They have now a double block Reaper plus army if they, or Drake plus army if they want to offer a trade. In that case, we get to take out the Thunder Drake, and Sorin keeps pacing the remaining Thunder Drake. Is that worth the Reaper to do that? Well, we're doing... Actually, hold on. Let's cancel. Figure this out. I think it is. Also, because we can Sorin him back if we want. I think hard event, we may do that. Let's leave this mediocre bear back to, or this mediocre bear. Is that what you're talking about? Either of these might fall under that definition. We're going to do this and then just be ready for Vampire Opportunist or Spark Reaper. But Opportunist, if they can't take out Sorin, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage before next turn. You know? Oh, and I double counted Sorin. Just 5 damage, right? Because we go 1, 2, and then untap 3, 4, 5. But still, a lot of damage. Hey, for Utopia.
I feel nothing anymore.
And we're going to go on the Opportunist plan over sacrifice mediocre bears. I'd rather just try and get them dead. And let's see, if we attack... Yeah, we just gotta still attack with the Reaper. Yeah, I'm looking... Opportunist is plan A at this point.
I abhor my need for blood.
Go talk to Angel. Start a group.
I have survived worse than you.
Not going to be enough, I don't think, unless they can find a miracle answer to the Opportunist. They're going to even gain 5 life, which is pretty good. So I guess we are on a little longer clock, but they still need to deal with the Opportunist or they're still going to lose, is the thing.
Vampirism is a useful trait.
KPO says still lethal. I don't see lethal now, but you just mean eventually, right? Yeah, 5 life there. Adds to our clock. Or rather, you know, lengthens our clock, but I think we're still good. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I'll do this, and now we'll draw the sages, of course. I like guaranteed sage on top, but I'm doing this because we can cast the druid and activate Opportunist. Yeah, Opportunist has been a solid one of. I don't want any more than one, but it doesn't hurt to have one Opportunist in your black decks for just situations like this. Yeah, I can sack Sorin in response if we think it's more important than draining for 2. Like, would we rather get a card off of Sorin or just continue the drain fest? Got some support for drain, some support for sack. A card is better than life gain, says Rob. Defeating your opponent before they can stabilize is better than a card. But alright, chat wants to do that. I was leaning just continue moving all in on the drain, but we can spark our walker. You're late, forced landing. I guess we'll use this. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We can't do Nurture and Opportunist, so I'm going to decline and just pass with the Opportunist. Ready? No go. We may get a go wide attack at some point that's enough to get through, but right now we're just going to go back to the Opportunist. We have 6 damage on board. If we go, if we attack with everything, they get 3 blocks and go, you know, block, 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 and yeah. So we have 6 damage on board, but you really want to attack. But then we lose the Opportunist. That's the problem. And then they're at 2, yes, but we lose our reach, so I'm going to pass. Yeah, if it's sure lethal, but I expect Oppo to keep Thunder Drake back now. I mean, we're at 40. They're practically their win con is getting us to mill. And here's how, like, this is why to, you know, why to go for damage instead, like, because of this. We do get to Opportunist and sack like a dork now. But if they attack here, then we kind of just set up to win. So let's see if they bother attacking. I don't think they can. No, they figured that out. So let's start here. All right, we'll go to our turn. Yeah, so we could totally Reaper an Operative, since we're not getting through on the ground anyway, and they've restocked with 4 cards. I kind of like that, trying to catch up on cards a little bit. Well, there's the Evolution Sage I knew would laugh at us. Can we force landing our way to a win here? If we take out the Drake, we get 1 through, and that's not enough, so the answer is no. But we can... 5. We're still at the 10. At 10, we can Sage and still Opportunist, or leave landing up. Yeah, Sage doesn't do anything here except put us at risk, so I'm going to leave a Drain and a Force Landing. That's my plan. It's just creatures flying, right? Sometimes these have... And return an artifact to your opponent's hand, or some tacked-on thing. Well, they keep staying away from my Drain levels. But they keep not answering the Opportunist, so that's the big thing. Well, they're unfortunately still too wide for us to, like, remove this instead and have a lethal attack, so we'll just force landing the Drake. I don't think we're under any real pressure from Oppo returning the army. Like, I don't care if the army gets bigger. I don't think that's our problem. Okay, now, sure, we'll go Evolution Sage. Land. Get those bigger. And we start to approach being able to go wide enough here. But I still want to be on Plan Drain. Oppo doing a great job on a mold of 5, remember? Yeah, how close are we to 2? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This will be 12. If we draw another land, we get to be at 13. So yeah, if we go land, at least we're heading towards double opportunist activation. Yeah, 6 mana, draw 4 will get you out of a tough spot, but you had to maneuver the game so where you could survive for that, and they've really been doing everything they needed to just stay enough ahead of our drain to actually try and stabilize. So, you know, we could easily see an opportunist killed here, and then we suddenly have this real game on our hands despite the 45-7 count. Fortunately, I think we're now ahead on library, so we're 3 ahead on library. They could get Divine Arrow back as well. And because of the nature of how this is spinning, we'll go ahead and take the card here over the drain this turn. And it also fizzles the Callus, and this stays at a 3/3 for what that's worth. Populace could rise, could get pretty annoying. Really just want to keep this opportunist alive. We already have land, nurture, opportunist activation for next turn. And, well, Oppo thinks they can start attacking. Makes sense, they got to start attacking eventually if they don't feel like they're going to win on the library. So Oppo has to take some risk, and they've got a big enough board across the ground to actually try to get the damage in now. That's nice, though. Would hate to get it stripped. Can we just use this to kind of help win? Like, it would allow us to win combat versus the giant. I think we save, though. Let's hold. Let's do this. Get that Reaper big. Now it's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They have 10, so if we attacked in with the Spark Reaper, they would literally have to block with everything and not activate the Spellkeeper Weird to ensure a trade with our 6/7 now, because we have the Cruelty play, and the Cruelty play does set up a really nice response. And if they do have a big block, I'm a little worried about their 3 mana, but I also think they would have taken out the Opportunist now. We can go Drain and Cruelty. I'm going to send in the Reaper. I think it's good. And then if we need to use the Cruelty to wrangle this situation, we will. I kind of expect just a chump here. Yeah, they're going to go back for something in their library. or sorry, not their library, maybe the dismissal. But that's a reason to attack with the Reaper anyway. It's likely to get dismissed, so... Cruelty the Weird to stop the recursion. How are they going to recur the Weird? Probably. Yeah, and then we get Nurture and Activation plus Cruelty if in a pinch. And if they go for the Reaper here again, I'm going to let that bounce because we can replay the Reaper and it's still valuable to us. Letting that army get to 4/4 is real, though. I don't know. Ah, I see. Usually they have those clauses consistent across the cards, but if it's specifically just a feature of the mechanics on that one card, that makes some sense. I'm worried about board control. I mean, like, how do we lose, right? How do we lose? We lose because they kill the Opportunist and the army actually does get big enough to attack us down. Or we lose because they find Lily. But can we beat Lily? I think we might even be able to beat Lily. We'll see.
Warrior Queen Necromancer. Nice ring to it. From battle to the grave.
We'll do this. And I think we give up on the Sage and the Druid. Sage, I don't think this Spark Reaper is going to matter. We're not going to have anything with counters in a minute, so... well, the mana creatures, like... I'm going to make him have to deal with the Spark Reaper. I know you want to get to 14, but I think that was correct. And then, this isn't instant, right? So I'm going to Cruelty the Populace.
Death is an use for you later.
Tell me how, Vaporkin. I'd love to finish Oppo here. I'm trying. $13 to $17 on library is where we're at. Ah, nice. Now they have to put the Bulwark if they want to save Lily. And we even get an activation too, so that's nice. I have been using the Vampire Vaporkin. I seriously don't know if you're trolling or what, but we've been using the Vampire at every opportunity that we can, and it makes sense. And if you mean Vampire to kill Lily, that doesn't work.
Want not.
At least Lily can't -4 here, and we do get an activation. Yeah, I don't know, Hat. I don't know how paranoid to be about our chances of a loss. It's tough to say. I mean, if they deal with the vampire opportunist, we'll be very, very glad that there's not a big dude out there getting bigger. Yeah, interesting that they went for that play, not reset Lily. All right, we're finding a way to lose.
So I let myself in. Nobody's ready to die. That's why so many stick around after they do.
Well, Vaporkin, no, I'm serious because it's not clear what was correct there. You could argue that by failing to drain, we didn't kill them when we could, but I don't think we would have gotten there. If we had just focused 100% on draining, would they be dead right now? I think we missed maybe 2 drains on the approach. Like, I think there's 2 times where people were like, well, maybe if you should go for drain here and not whatever. And if we had done that, they'd be at 1, and we'd be facing the 2, you know, some massive creatures that would be a real problem. So I'm not trying to, if I've erred in my lines, I want to try and own that and learn from that. But I don't think that those 2 drains were the difference. I think playing some board control still made sense there in the worst case scenario, but it's hard to say because you go all in on a drain, and I don't know. Yeah. So anyway, attacking with Ceratok, what does that get us? I'm kind of waiting to die now, though. That's the thing. At 49-5, maybe we get him on library though. So let's try and work that angle at this point. If we attack in, yeah, they got to give up something we like. Let's go for Kaya. And maybe even Nurture as well. Let's send them both. Yeah, we are actually basically trying to get there on milling them now. Plan A. Can we make them draw?
This looks like a fun new toy.
I don't think we have 8, actually. We didn't play that. Did we? Or do we leave it in? I don't think we did. I don't think we ever took it or played it. But Vaporkin, don't be results oriented. If we had moved all in on that play, we'd be facing a ridiculous, unkillable with Ob Nixilis's cruelty, rising populace right now. Thank you, Arlov. yeah, the fundamental question is simply, given that Oppo has to
Good
deal
health
with
is
this,
easy to find in
are
war.
are you better off just moving all in on it and completely foregoing board control, or actually engaging in some board control? And it is possible that the answer is, look, if we had decided, I guess one of the fundamental questions is, how do we win if the was it exiled? I'm trying to find it. Where's our dude? How do we win if the opportunist is answered, right? Like, okay, so Oppo off the top draws an answer to opportunist. How do we win from there? If the answer is, you know what, we can't, then it probably was correct to go all in on just drain, 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 drain. Because if we're saying, hey, if we lose the opportunist, we lose this game, despite our life total, then yeah, then we absolutely should have been moving all in on it. And maybe that was the thing, that was the work I didn't do on this game, is figuring out how we win in the case where the opportunist is not available to us. And so yes, the fact that they could have, when or did they draw an answer is not the fundamental question. It's, does our win percentage go up or down playing to the possibility of an answer, or just moving all in? Yeah, we were trying to get there on the attack in, get the last 2 in as well. Interesting, Mr. Guy. I'd have to go back and look at that, but heck, I left that one up to chat, so yeah, chat said that was the line. Chew chat lethal.
Get out of my way!
Dad, I'll find a use for you later.
Nah, it's on me to accept or reject the opinions of chat. Funny, they're trying to race us to can they do 20 a turn here? Yeah, basically they have us beat unless we can find something. Hey, that helps. Let's see what they're gonna draw. The Wanderer, that's okay. We're just trying to chump and live, and blocking the Thunder Drake is the primary. We could also block and force them to draw.
Putrid, but effective.
Yeah, we can't force a draw here, so we gotta block the most damage. Or we take it all and hope to do it next turn. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 if we don't block. Why would we be doing that? So that next turn we could threaten to block and make them draw on a big attack? I don't think that functions. We need to kind of hope that we draw removal. I think we're going to lose this one by the hair of our chin. But I am going to go for the chump. Funny. Okay, so is it all in the air? Let's see. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we're dead. Good job, Oppo. Good game. I mean, we lost to Lily. That's the other thing. Like, I think our line was great, but we really lost to Lily. Where were you forced landings when we needed them? And I guess we just want the main deck wings. No, I'm not bringing... Are you kidding? Apparition against an endless army of 2/2 and better flyers? Yeah, why is... When do we take out Finisher? We take out Finisher... Oh, when I was trying to figure out how to get the forced landing in? I mean... Yeah, forced landing isn't great against the mill, but that's not our plan A. Let's not pretend that that's how we're trying to get this done. Finisher at the possibility of Lily makes that worth it. Also, Spark Harvest is good for that. But what do we cut? We need to cut something for this Finisher. Yeah, we could get rid of an operative. It wasn't doing much, was it? I like that. Let's do that. That's a Finisher, all right. Our turn to mulligan, and our turn to have to get lucky. I'm not going to throw this back. Sure wish this was a London Mole, and we could see if our 7th card was a land, and maybe make a better discard decision. But this is a hand where if we find a forest and another land in the next few draws, we should be okay, so we got to keep it. And unfortunately, I have to say goodbye to the harvest. All right, deck, help us out. One time, any land to start. I don't even care. Swamp, forest, give us something. Okay, forest is perfect. We'll throw that down. Another land would be perfect. We did not get the other land. What does that mean? Do we Pollen Bright here and Conjurant later? I guess we do. Kind of wanted to cast both of these later. Ideally, we draw a land and play Toll Invasion, draw another land, Evolution Sage, and do all sorts of fun stuff. But as it is, a 2/2 doesn't do much against the wall. It does help attack past it alongside the Opportunist, but I'm going to assume that Oppo is going to continue to add to the board here, which makes that play not great. I'm going to make a Druid and put the counter on itself. Do you mean do we ever have a chance of getting the Spark Harvest back? No, I can't remember. I don't think we have any searching, any shuffling. Okay. A little bit late, but we'll still take a toll and see what we can find in here. Hopefully, Lily. Ooh. Wow, what do you take here? I think we can work around the arrow and make sure we get to something big. The question is whether we take Finale in the event of a really long game or just the Guard Mage in the event of something troublesome short term. Finale's not going to be good for a little bit, but it doesn't take much. Like 5 or 6 and it's great. And we do have Band Together to take out the Guard Mage. Double D's wants the Finale. I think he might be right. I think we're going to a longer game, so we got to take this. I have a widget called MTGA Tracker that lets me see it on my screen, but I don't have it shared with you guys per se. I don't know if that's... Okay, we can... I like Reaver here. Although these flyers are already super annoying, yeah. Block is already like we're done here. Should be correct. We're 1-0. But when we do Sage, I don't like putting Sage at risk, but I guess against blue-black, or blue-white, it's okay. But what are we, like, we're never gonna go... Yeah, fine, we'll do the Sage. Yeah, we're still in this one. We had a very, very long game last game, went to near decking, and then we got attacked down from 50 plus life to lose because magic. I'm not going to be that... I mean, I know if this sticks around, we can build this up from just about anywhere, but I like where we started. Now I might do that play just because we're getting so far behind here. So since we have the Sage and we're falling behind, I am going to Reaver and Conjurant for 1. Because if we find land, we're going to be band together and silver winging for the next few turns anyway. And we need to find land to win. So as weak as that is, if we do get the cards we need to win, this is going to be a 3-3 or 4-4 or better. And here we have a 3-3 and an 0-4, and we're not going to send in anything to suicide, so no attacks. And crossing our fingers on help for the air that actually survives. Might have to band together the War Screecher, although that just made things worse. You know, I took 3 copies of Put a Flyer on the bottom because it was such an A+ card against specifically a blue-white Flyers deck. We called it out in the draft, taking the 3rd copy of that dumb card over something else, over Vault Progress, because I was like, hey, there is a world in which we bring in 3 copies of Put a Flyer on the bottom. And instead, nothing. Did I ask to Faded Draw Step? I don't know. Asking to draw land is what I'm asking for. Yeah, now we have to band together. But I think since we know their hand, do we need to wait? They show us tricks. Do we do it now? What do we care about more? The 2-3 that can get bigger or the War Screecher that pumps the team? I guess we have to get rid of the thing that pumps the team. Hope they can't... save it. Let's go here and here on the Screecher. At 6 land, it was more important, and 1 card in hand that we actually know about. Even the pumping the team is more of a threat to our life total than the Drake is at this point. Yeah, Screecher, banning Screecher feels bad, but probably correct. Same thing that happened to things like Vampire Opportunist. You don't want to use your removal there, but then you're like, well, it's the thing that's going to kill me, so... Yep, Hat also calls out, if we do get our land, we can actually block. I mean, it dies to this, It dies like we die. If we lose the next match, I might stop streaming for the week. God, that really sucks. To go from the verge of a clean 2-0 win to that. Feels bad, man. Here, have some wild cards. All right, I'm going to take a bio break, lick my wounds, and then we're going to come back and get to 3 wins here, okay? Back in a moment. Let's see, where's maybe I'll play a song. Nah, I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to be real quick and be right back. The real pain of that loss was not losing to Liliana, it's losing to the giant, the 3/6 giant that gained them 5 life, kept them out of reach. Easy keep. Oppo mulling to 5, trying to give us a chance. Extra good one anyway. We're gonna start on Reaver, probably, maybe Operative, depending on what they show here. I generally like going wide, and if we draw like a toll, we get a mass, we get a bigger token. But also, yeah, this is actually the thing that has the most likelihood of connecting for 2, so I'm going to start here, actually. Like, they could play a 1-2, and then nothing about the Reaver can get can attack, whereas if they play a 1/2 and we have the Dust Mantle Operative, we actually get an attack in. This is an interesting sequencing thing. We could get greedy and try and wait longer for the Conjurant, but by putting it out on 3, we use up all our mana, and the next turn we have Reaver into Pollen Bright Druid for a pretty legit proliferate. So let's do that. We also might Silverwing next turn. If they played a Planeswalker or something, we'd want to play the Silverwing to pressure it. That makes me definitely want to split up our plays so that if they have the counterspell, we can draw that out and still resolve something. I think I'm going to start with an attack, though. Well, no, let's do it first, because if we do want to do the Pollen Bright Druid here, but I don't think we do. I'm going to cast the Opportunist and see if they want to counter that. Alright. Then, given that, I am just going to attack because I'm going to cast the Reaver after combat. They better put something down to defend here. That's not going to be great for them. Yeah, They mulliganed to 5 though, so they just took a chance and didn't have what they needed. Didn't see much there though. We saw what, black blue? We can expect some flyers probably. I'm willing to bring in like one of these on spec against those colors. And historically cut like a behemoth for the first sideboard thing. And I think that makes some sense here. I'm going to make that the play this time, and we'll try to get a better feel for what they're up to before we add any more of those flyer defenses. Have you ever done it, Rob? I wonder if they have that, if they have a dialogue to prevent you from doing that. Wouldn't surprise me if they did. We got an easy one off of Zeo. Wouldn't mind another one. Really want to get to some gems for today. This isn't a great deck, so if we don't make 3 wins, I'm not going to flog myself or anything, but sure would love to get a return on gems here. We did have a nice red-white deck yesterday, but Feather really helped with that. We got a long way on the Feather. I wouldn't test it out with any kind of game on the line, but I might test it out. So they've mulliganed to 6. We're going to mulligan here. This is so close, though, man. Replace anything other than this Paradise Druid or this forest with a swamp, and we're just thrilled. On 2 draws, it almost makes me want to keep it. Like, oh, we're so close. X for Roland, you mean no mulligan or mulligan, or you're gonna keep? Rob wants to keep this on the draw. Tekken wants to keep. Yeah, any one land and we're very good. We have we need it in 2 draws. If we were on the play, this would be a snap mulligan. But if we get a second land, it just turns on the whole hand. And if even we waited and if we got it on turn 3, it would still be okay. Alright, I'm gonna keep it. It's the Paradise Druid, the forest, and being on the play, or on the draw, that make me want to keep this. These are the types of keeps that can lead to some really ugly looking losses, but it doesn't mean it was the wrong decision. It just means that was the risk you were taking. No, I don't consider up or down a game. You should just, it's what increases your win percentage for winning this game, that's all. Never didn't. One more land, please, deck, and then we can drop the nurture and be in great shape. No, but we can toll, so let's start with a toll. Make sure we don't fall behind something as we're struggling with our mana here. Huatli, say, and Croc. So we leave them the Croc and take Huatli or New Horizons. If they take Huatli does nothing. New Horizons does something, so we're going to take New Horizons and then grab the Croc next turn. There's a forced landing that will come in handy. But we're going to get that Croc out of hand now. And we'll offer this up for anything they want. We could keep it back on D. Maybe we just want to keep it back on D. Because we attack with this, they go to 18 and they attack for 5. Yeah, we'll stay back. And they have Huatli for at least life gain, so... On the Stinger? Oh yeah, put it on the flyer, love it. And we got more land, yay more land. Do we want the Nurture or just we want to go Forced Landing and 2-drop? Forced Landing and Reaver is a nice play here. Offering up the army for the Stinger, and if they want to make that trade, I'm happy. We're back. We're in the driver's seat here. We're gonna lose to bombs if we lose to anything. Like they need to draw a bunch of cards and get something really significant. So I do want to pressure, and there's an argument for just nurturing and then having a lot of mana available next turn for really piling it on next turn. I think I like that. Yeah, let's do that. And we can even still make this offer. You want that? Take it. Showed us the land. Ugh. I don't see how we lose from here, and I know I'm tempting the magic gods to show us exactly how. And certainly with the New Horizons, like Lily could come off the top and mess with us again, but we are in an excellent, excellent spot to take the game. So let's try and make that happen. All right, here I like the Forced Landing. Or we could just Courage and Crisis and start racing. We have 5. We could also band together and start racing. Yeah, let's just kill... If we kill these two things, what the heck are they going to do? I guess we'll find out, right? Because that seems what to do to me. We'll go Forced Landing. And we're going to ignore Huatli. We have Pollen Bright and Courage, but maybe we want to Reaver Courage and then Pollen Bright next turn. Of course, we Reaver Courage. What are we doing it on? Like, I actually think we just maybe Reaver Operative and attack with these two. I want to keep the pressure up, but I want to keep developing the board. Oh, I should have revered ahead of attack. Sorry about that. Lost a point. So Oppo should be at 14. We'll see if that costs us. Hopefully it's a free lesson and not a source of agony for my next 12 hours in my brain.
Heal.
All right, that's pretty real, huh? Does 2 counters? We could. Yes, Duskmantle can swing. Do we swing at Huatli here? No, now Huatli really doesn't do anything, right? I mean, it makes the worm worse. Pollen Bright, yeah, I like Pollen Bright, or Courage and then Pollen Bright. Like what, right, Colin? Courage the operative. I guess it doesn't... It depends on where we want to put the counter. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so let's go Pollen Bright on... Nurture? Alright, let's, yeah, counter the operative. We can make it huge. We want to go all in there. I think I should have put that elsewhere. Maybe we still just put this elsewhere and go like nurture and then get things medium big. I'm gonna do this. We're kind of all in here now. Not really. We're pretty wide. But, you know, worm's not a joke. Would love to find... we haven't had our Spark Harvest, I don't think, yet this event. Drawing one of our removal spells here would be good. We'll Sage and land. Ooh, do they have a counter for this? There was a delay there, so I don't know what's going on up here, but it may be something. Divine Arrow plus Soul Army could take out the operative, but we're still going to try and get in. Yeah, there's some things that could make this operative suck. Yeah, they got some things that could take it out, but we're going to keep the pressure up. And I'm also... I'm going to risk the Opportunist. If they have a board wipe, it's going to wipe us down to 4 land. And at that point, like, an Opportunist isn't going to, as a follow-up, isn't going to do much. Whereas we're almost to drain levels where I think it might matter. So I'm going to do that. Yeah, I don't know what they have, though. I guess we'll find out. Looks like they're going to do something with it here. All right. I don't know if that does that much. I might have gone for the Huatli and start gaining more life or something. Okay, good. Found a land to push Operative out of Skulker range. And we have activation on the Opportunist now. We do not have an attack with our army token yet or whatever, but we do have some good defenses going on. Why do we want to attack Huatli? To get rid of it to reduce this? Yeah, but aren't we... we don't care. If Skulker starts attacking, we're in great shape. I don't like attacking Huatli. Maybe I'm wrong, but I want to just go with their life total, and we get an Opportunist activation. In fact, is there anything else for us to even to do? I guess we could technically block, so we'll wait. I was considering the auto pass play. Oppo wasting no time in putting out lands to let us know we have nothing to worry about. All right, we did it. We have secured some gems. I feel good about that. Let's bank some gems here. Oh, I don't think my record is updated, but we'll get that taken care of here. All right. Now we can go seeking profit, and it would be profit since we ground for 20 gems during the draft. So if we win here, we have a straight up gem profit of 20. I'm just truly thrilled to... not thrilled. I feel very good about having gotten some gems back. Would have been a real bummer to go no gems 2 drafts in a row from the free-to-play. And this looks like a nice, strong opening. Reaver into Toll into Silverwing into Conjurant. With some Sage for some spice. Sage is an excellent spice addition. That's pretty good from Oppo. All right, they're all in on the Skydiver. So let's toll them from anything else significant, we hope. And then next turn we can Sage land, and then the turn after that, Conjurant, probably? But we'll start here. Yeah, I said, good news, please. Good news, good news. And we got some good news. This is a little rough. This could be trouble, but if all they've got, if they don't draw some action, we're obviously going to be pretty happy here. That is not actiony enough, I don't think. We could... the Silverwing doesn't do much here. Let's Sage land. It's a free attack. We're threatening possible giant growth, might as well.
Come on, Bo1. Time to have your day. Be your best self.
Oppo pretty lucky to go spell here. They got stripped to nothing but land, and while they were flooded and therefore more likely to draw spells, it's certainly not like some incredibly high percentage. So pretty fortunate for them to go relevant spell into relevant spell. But we're still gonna try and crush them here. We can't attack with the Sage, but we can attack with the 4/4, the future 4/4 zombie token here. And just trying to decide whether we're Silverwinging. I guess Silverwing still doesn't do much here, so we're going to go Conjurant, then play a land. Slightly better than play a land Conjurant. Yeah, I mean, what can we do about it, right? We just gotta try and race. And we have a decent tool for that. I'm gonna go ahead and try to take out Zhang here, because if he sticks to put another counter on the snare spinner, then it starts to get awkward. I mean, we keep getting bigger, so maybe we're going to keep growing out of it, but I want to get Zhang off the table here. Or the spinner. Your choice, Oppo.
This world is lacking kindness.
Maybe we should be racing. We will have a chump block with the Silver Wing on the Skydiver. Oh, come on! Sure, Oppo, just... We strip you to nothing but lands, and you go perfect, 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 and we're going land, land, land. Oh, Magic, you're so funny. So funny! Ha ha! Funny. Thinking about sending in the Conjurant. If we do, we trade for... I guess we have to trade for the Dam Breaker to be able to enable attacks later. But that doesn't do much for us, so I guess we're on Silverwing Chump. Silverwing Chump, one time, give me your stinking Spark Harvest for once in this draft. And yeah, Oppo... We stick them on nothing but land, and they just rip. Every land we draw is a spell for them. I don't know, man. We attack with Conjurant. We trade for one of these, and then what? I mean, I don't know how that's a winning line, Beard. That's why I looked at the Conjurant attack and just didn't see how it was going to get us there. Yeah, we're just trying to draw to removal, but did we use Band already? No, it was last game. All right, we have some outs. Definitely have some outs. Let's find them. All right, I said I wasn't going to be too annoyed if we ended up only with the 2 wins here. If Oppo misclicks and doesn't block anything, we win, so let's try for that. I wonder what the time-traveling supercomputer says our odds of victory are against a 4/4 Merfolk Skydiver and nothing but lands. All right. Didn't see any other flyers, but I think we'll bring in a couple of forced landings. Oops, not 3, though. We'll drop this. They've got a big enough ground presence that I think I want to keep the worm, though. So then what do we take out instead? Maybe the finisher can go over clean removal in the air. We did see an Arlen, though. Courage in Crisis could go, but we are trying to move in on the Sages. Hey, Spark Harvest. Feel free to show up when we need you sometime. There's like 4 games so far that you could have been in out. We cut the operative before. I like that on the draw. Or on the play, actually. Which makes it less... I like it less, but it's still alright. Okay. Oh! Misclicked. Sorry, folks. That was brutal. Be really annoyed if that costs us. Obviously trying to go for the swamp. Well, nothing to do about it but decide what order to do things. They're on blue-green, so I'm going to go ahead and play the Sage. And then next turn we can go Reaver Opportunist and go Reaver... we need a swamp for that to happen, but still, we'll try for it. No swamp, so no second spell. And actually, at that point, I guess that's 3 power to do it this way instead of 2 power here. Although Silverwing adds some air pressure and uses up all our mana. It's maybe slightly better. The other argument, though, is by casting black spells. Like, we only have 1 black, so we're capped. Like, we're not going to be able to two spell these. Yeah, so I think I like actually Reaver to use our black mana. And yeah, starting with Reaver means more proliferate. We had a stream where we were pretty strongly suspicious of it, and in that they made some godlike plays, and we went and looked, because you can look at who's in the chat, and like someone who matched their username was in the chat. So at best, there's some slim percentage that they had soul reads with the game minimized, but I think it's pretty likely we were sniped there. And here we go. This is what I'm talking about. We're only 1 black spell per turn, so might even need to do the finisher here over the Silverwing. Then we get a 2 spell turn next turn. I don't like finishing for no value, but Oppo seems to be wheel spinning, so we should apply pressure. This is where that big 7/6 comes down or whatever, and we have some work to do again. Oh, that's not bad. What else you got? Okay.
Mowu's Bach is much cuter than his body. I will help you through this.
Will you now? We're looking at Vampire Opportunist for draining starting next turn as well, so we're probably going to get super aggressive here. May even offer up our Evolution Sage. Let's look at that line. If we offer up the Evolution Sage, we get in for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 if they don't block, and then we Opportunist for the win. So yeah, I think we're going to offer up the Sage here and ignore Zhang and hope that Opportunist gets it done next turn. We even have the Silverwing as well. So they need a lot here to not lose next turn. Yeah, Vaporkin's right. Some people take a moral stance on sniping. That it's an angle shoot, you know. Genius or is screen sniping genius or grifter? It's grifter. But I would say that I undeniably do get help from chat. You know, there's I think a lot of streamers downplay the chat assistants and you hear things like, oh, well, chat is often wrong. Chat can lead you down the wrong path. It's much harder to stream and play well at the same time. Yes, it's true. All of that is true. And it's all part of what goes on the scale. But I'm not going to deny that suggestions from chat haven't changed my fortunes historically. So chat does help me out. I think chat is a bonus for me. But there's a lot of other things going against me, and I still think it's just fundamentally against the nature of the game to peek at my hand. Whereas a little extra brain power in terms of being able to see the lines at least is within the realm of what the game is trying to present as a challenge. Right. I've avoided punts and found better lines because of chat, and I won't deny that. We'll stick with what we did here. I liked maybe two. Do we want 2 forced landings? Or are we kind of the aggressor here? We could bring back in something like the Behemoth or the Operative. Maybe Behemoth for one of the forced landings. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, the delay isn't just enough that I managed to shoot myself in my foot despite your best efforts out there. I don't like bringing in Apparition against blue decks. They just put up too much flying. That's why I don't like it. And I'm going to stick to that. I really think it's just about whether or not we want 2 of these. I'm going to go like this. Yeah, I'm with Hat there. Like, I don't deny the edge that the increase in win percentage. I think it's a net increase in win percentage to have chat over my shoulder, but it pales in comparison to what the cheating of looking at somebody's hand feels like to me. No splash for our Sorin yet, but this felt like an easy keep. Of course, we're flooding out a bit here. Hey, our Spark Harvest showed up. If they will take this trade, I'm gonna take it though. I'm gonna offer this first. Sorin can get the Opportunist back later, for one thing. But we're not gonna Spark Harvest here, of course. Yeah, hearing me talk out my plays is gonna be major. Because then even if you're not that great of a player, I'll tell you exactly how to exactly how to thwart me, you know? Alright, they're drawing cards, we're drawing land. I'm hoping we get on the board and apply good pressure here. Okay, Toll is nice. Although maybe Silverwing is more important. It's one power versus 2 power. And I'm gonna go ahead and take the Toll. And the next turn we have... Hey, Mr. Metronome, thank you for the raid. We got 80 fresh faces. Welcome. My name is Ryan Spain. I am formerly of Wizards of the Coast Magic R&D and the Arena team. And now I'm streaming Limited for you. So send some questions. You got any R&D insider type questions you want to ask? That's usually a lot of people tend to have questions on that front who haven't asked me a bunch before. But we're going to start with a Toll Harvest here and hope we see good news. Well, last time we saw something like this, it actually did not work out for us. Hopefully this time it does. Yeah. We're doomed, says Hat. How can the Magic Gods let us win a game in which we toll and see one spell and the rest land on a board we're ahead on? All right, well, we get Silver Ring of our own. Let's see what they're going to draw. Relentless advance, you say? What does that make us want to do here? I don't want to Spark Harvest anything yet, I don't think. Although we could Spark Harvest and attack, and then we're facing a 3-3. And we kind of want to get this out of the air anyway. And we get them to 14, and then they cast this, and we get them to 12. So we would get them to 12 with, for sure, with a Silverwing that's winning the board, plus an Opportunist that's about to come online. So it may be a little early to do this, but I think it does apply the pressure in a way that I like. Because it actually allows us to get in for attacks with both of these this turn. So it's not even 14, it's 13. X Roland doesn't want to do that. But oh, the Silverwing has sickness, but these don't, is what I'm saying. But oh, then I would sack this. So that's where I got my 2. I finally caught up to my own logic at the beginning of my own sentence. Let me tell you. All right, I'll wait. I'll wait because we have Opportunist. Now, don't worry about tone thought. As we're saying, you know, if you are going to help out your streamer, like you need to do it quickly, or they're going to make the mistake before you can fix it. In this case, now I kind of at least want to use the band together. Start getting through in the air here. Am I crazy? Then we start draining next turn. Yeah, I'm going to do it. If Sorin comes out, we don't have anything to return. He'll just help with the pinging and the racing. My best archetype in this format, we've probably had the most success with red-blue, but that has been heavily about the quality of red-blue. I've had some bomb-heavy red-blue that's gone the distance, and I've had some much weaker stuff that has been more middling. So my best archetype has been drawn bombs. We're going to take this and then use the Spark Harvest now, next turn. We're both flooding out here. We just are flooding out in a better order. And we don't have an attack through the Stinger. Although we are in this spot again, 4, 5, 6, 7. We could wait a turn and drain, and then next turn we get a Spark Harvest and we get the drain. I think I'm going to do that. We're going to risk going to 8 in service of keeping the drain mana up. As we learned earlier in this event, getting every single one of the drains you can be more important. Interesting. Yeah, you get the full 6. I mean, we have as much land as Oppo at this point, so don't feel too sorry for that. Although we can't, this Pollen Bright Brood is enough to keep the Opportunist back, but we're going to go ahead and harvest here. We have 3 sources, I think, for the Sorin. The minimum. Opportunist has been surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly if you've played the format enough, like, it's showing how it is a little better than people have been giving it credit for. You see these huge mana drains and you're just like, who is paying 7? That's not realistic. But hey, when you end up in the flood and you have the 7, it's like your favorite thing on the board. No blocks. Past damage. All right. Where are they going to put that? On itself? A lot depends on the matchup. For those of you talking about how much of an advantage Perfect Info is. Some matchups, it's unbelievably good. Other matchups, it just doesn't matter. That red spell is going to... It still matters. Even against something like Mono Red Burn, it certainly helps to know whether what they've got. But there is a seriously different scale. 6, 7, 8. We can't do Cruelty and Activation, but we can Cruelty and attack them down to 2. And then they basically need a pump spell to win the game. Right? So, yeah, let's do that. Oh, can they save it somehow? No, okay. That was style points. All right, we did it. Profit. Oh, but now I have to keep playing. No, that's all right. I'm going to run it right back in, though. See, I didn't want to attack before using Cruelty because it would have had the same result, except we forego 2 points of damage, right? They block, they activate because they think they're going to get us, and then haha, we get them, and then they're at 4 instead of 2. Oh, sorry, DC Sports. We are playing a black-green, very light splash for Sorin deck that has 2 Evolution Sages and some decent counters. It's not an amazing Evolution Sage deck, but it's good enough. I'll keep this. And the Sage in our hand, depending on what we see from Oppo, if they show black or red, maybe we'll discuss it. But anything else, and I think we'll throw out the Conjurant on 2 and see about getting it bigger through Sage work. And it kind of becomes must kill. Like, they need to kill the Conjurant. If they let the Conjurant and the Sage live and we draw some land, they're going to be in some trouble. Kind of like land, but not quite. We're going to toll here, though. Yeah, I can talk about Grateful Apparition. I did it deck building as well. We can talk about it again. Okay, we have Courage and Crisis, Stinger, Lynx, and Triumph. They've got the land for everything. What are they going to get us with? Triumph is super annoying. Courage and Crisis, what does that allow them to do? We don't have Courage and Crisis on any of this stuff is pretty good. We might need to take that. Huh, what do you think? Where are you guys at on a discard here? I'm looking at Courage because nothing we have on attacks or blocks is so, like whatever they're going to Triumph something. And then if we keep these creatures small, we're going to be okay. Yeah, I think Courage is the problem card here. Which is funny. I think it's playable. I don't have a huge ton of respect. I mean, we're running one. I just don't love it. It just often the setup cost is such that you sometimes have times where you really want to be casting something and you can't really cast that. Really wanted the land, but we know they don't have anything targeted, so we're going to drop the Sage and hope the land comes next. For those of you still here on the raid, thanks for hanging out. If you want to give me a follow, that would be absolutely fantastic. That's about one of the more valuable things you can do for no dollars for a streamer is just give them a follow. Make sure you're on that. Put yourself on their, or put them on your radar for future viewing. But I'm glad you're hanging out. We mostly do limited around here. I've been talking about how on Friday afternoons now, 12 o'clock around this time Pacific, we're bringing on Jay Schneider, the designer of the original slide deck, for some brewing sessions. So if you're more of a constructed player, come on back Friday afternoon and we'll hook you up. Or stay around and we'll turn you into a limited player. Yeah. Thanks, folks. Ask and ye shall receive. No blocks here, of course. All right. Got some land. Let's start proliferating. I'm going to go ahead and make the nurture here so that we can Ceratok next turn, no matter what. And Silverwings don't have attacks through the Screecher anyway. Sorry, I got some messages I needed to check. Trying to work out a ride to draft night with Adam and friends. Probably gonna grab a ride with the Marsh Dog. We could attack with a Conjurant here if we wanted to trade it for the Screecher. But I think long game we just want to keep growing the Conjurant, so we're gonna pass on attacks here. Last week we worked on a couple different brews. There was the Red Finale. Red Finale 1-3 recast stuff deck. And then as a homework assignment, Jay got an assignment to make a deck around Parhelion 2 for Friday. So we're going to see what he managed to come up with there. I think it's going to be tough for Jay to come up with some kind of metagame attacking ladder deck off of Parhelion 2, but I bet we can find something to have some fun. Yeah, what are we going to do about Gideon? Oh, they found another one. The very thing we said was going to be a problem is here being a problem. We do have a double attack now where we can, and they can't even cast this now. I'm with where you at, the Gardener. I run them here. First, we don't have a lot of playables. At some point, you know, the question is over what, right? It's easy to say, why are you playing Silverwing? It's not good. Well, go look at our pile and tell me what's better, first of all. But I'm very much with you and explain that when we put them in, that this deck does not actually have great defense against flyers. We have none of the 1/3 spiders, and we have some removal. But I really think you want to manage flyers in this environment with creatures. If you rely on removal to deal with flyers, you just get in this kind of spot where now, well, you're out of removal and now what, right? So, Thundering Ceratok here. Then do we attack with both? I think so. Because if they want to trade, either of these blocks is a 2-for-1, and we'll take that. So I'll take a 2-for-1 if they want to offer. And the Centaur is a... Oh, I guess this is a 1-for-1 with the... Sorry, it's a 1-for-1 with the Stinger, but it's a 2-for-1 with the Conjurant. Or 1-for-1 with the Army, but a 2-for-1 with the Stinger. Or the Conjurant. I can say words, I promise. So definitely the Conjurant. Yeah, I'm going to offer both. Dionysus asks, do folks at WotC play more limited or constructed when they play for fun? Definitely more limited. There's lots of opportunities for limited at WotC. Famously, some of you may know the name Bill Stark. He was a content creator before his time at Wizards, and he is a big proponent and ringleader of Draft Night at Wizards of the Coast.
I will teach you humility, if I must. With me.
Serious card. But every Wednesday at Wizards, there is a free draft and free pizza if you want to stay after work and do that. So easily limited is the most played. And also Friday afternoons, the company doesn't work. They do four 9-hour days on Monday through Thursday, and then a 4-hour day on Friday. And so they put a lot of the opt-in fun stuff Friday afternoons now. Actually, that kind of shifted after I left. But now things like employee pre-releases and stuff, I believe, happen on Friday afternoons. But employee pre-releases are sealed. So definitely the most stuff employees play is on the limited side of town. It was, Silver. I made a point to draft every Wednesday night. Not a bad gig, huh? All right, I'm going to request some removal again. I think if we draw our Spark Harvest or our Band together, we're going to be in great shape here. We got a Stinger. Maybe we can even give up the Sage now to take out a blocker. That's interesting. If we draw more land, will we really wish we still had that Sage? Because then we get a 5/5 and a 4/4. Nothing can attack through the Screecher. What we really want is removal. How desperate are we to attack a Johnny? Johnny's at 3. If we take this trade and attack... Is it crazy that I want to block this? Take this offer? I'm going to do it. Because this can get our Ceratok or whatever, like we need, and we get Proliferate anyway, what do you know? Easy game. And we will Proliferate here. Although we could let them go down on the Ajani loyalty again here. Then they have a 5/7 and a 4/3. And we can play a Silverwing and not really. No, I always, because playing Magic is fun, even if I've got a crappy deck that I wish was better, you know? So I'll just try and win with it, and then when I lose, move on. Pesky, pesky. If we send in, we are trading one of our creatures for the Lynx. I think that's worth it to get rid of Ajani. So we're trading one of our creatures for the Lynx here to ensure Ajani's death. Or we're just letting one of these be eaten. We're letting the 4/4 be eaten by the War Screecher, which I'm also willing to do here. What do you mean, Orgideon? Anyway, I think Ajani's got to go. I didn't want to do that because I really wanted Ajani to die. If we attack without the army, then they have the option of chump and bounce, and I just didn't want to do that. No, it's usually the current set. They just do whatever the current standard set is, and then sometimes when... sorry, this is Dionysus asking about Draft Night at WotC. It's usually just the frontline booster set, but sometimes they pivot to a modern Masters or Battle Bond or something like that. In fact, the last free draft I ever did was a Battle Bond draft in which Bill Stark was my partner, and both of us were grumpy because we hate team-based draft, but then we both had fun anyway, so it was good. All right, back to this. No attacks, nothing. We just Silverwing again and sit tight, I guess. We had to give up a lot. We gave up a 4/4 army and an Evolution Sage, but in exchange, we took Ajani off the board, and I don't think we could beat Ajani, so we had to do that. In a two-headed giant style draft, you sit 4 pairs of partners sit together, and you open a pack and take 2 cards from it and pass. Take 2 cards and pass. Yeah, no attacks. And that's the thing about multiplayer, which is a weird thing to say. Multiplayer means 2 or more, but yet somehow in Magic it means 3 or more, but whatever. So Magic multiplayer, I just don't... it's funny that it's kind of ends up being where the casual formats are played when it's actually the most brain-breaking way to play Magic. Like, as if 2 battlefields wasn't enough. Let's add 4+ battlefields and, yeah. Not finding greatness here. Just kind of waiting for our removal. I'm gonna not play around sweepers here and keep building our board, because we may also get to the point where we can go wide enough to get in for the win. And playing the part after picking, I don't know what you mean. Sorry, I've still got fighting a fruit fly infestation in my house, but we're winning the war slowly, but I still have little annoying bugs around sometimes. Really gross and annoying. I mean, we draw Spark Harvest and just go sideways, but that stupid Screecher is really stonewalling everything we're doing here. I am going to save this land now because we may draw our other Sage, and if we draw something like our Opportunist, we can still cast it, and we've already cast our Conjurant. I tried to just explain it. You sit with your partner, open your booster, and pick twice. And then you build 2 decks after, and play 2-headed giant. I will play one land, though. Oppo going for the Grizzly over what? Oh, I guess they already had this, so yeah, we're... Band together or Cruelty? We could work with Cruelty. So we'll take any of our removal, Band Together, Cruelty, or Spark Harvest. All really do good work, and we would even use Vraska's Finisher to take out that Screecher if given the opportunity. So I feel like we have 4 outs to being able to attack into the Screecher. Four in 24. A little bit better than like a 15%er here. But they don't have Vigilance. If they want to do that, I think we're pretty happy. Then if we get removal, we like take out their Worm and really go to town. I bet they back off this attack. I don't see... Maybe they don't want to wait to die, but... Screecher has been keeping them alive. I'd be surprised if they attack with it. Yeah, they changed their mind. Alright, there's a Sage that helps us get a little bigger. At least over here. Doesn't really give us an attack because we don't want to send it into Gideon's Triumph. Unless we also want to send in something much weaker. Like the Druid. If they know what they're doing, they can still get the Conjure in after combat. No guarantee they would. I don't think it's correct yet. With the Sage out, basically all of our draws are good. So we're going to be patient. Just don't want to run into another bomb here, though. Hopefully a Johnny is what got them to a 3-1 record. What cool Modern Horizons previews did I miss today? Hit me with something. Yeah, Robert, I would say it's actually more likely that they don't know that trick. I think most people don't understand the Gideon's Triumph trick we're talking about. And for those of you who may be watching and don't know what we're talking about, it is to put a stop in your combat phase such that after the Pollen Bright Druid has died in combat, but technically the Conjurant is still an attacker. After damage, you can still cast Gideon's Triumph and make me sack the Conjurant. Hey, there's Cruelty. We were just talking about how that could work for us. And, yeah, we're going to send in now. Second main. Oh, is that fixed? Oh, this turn. Sorry, yeah, I'm getting all fancy. That's interesting. That's actually... So I was talking about how to deal with old cards that do that, but Wizards has fixed the templating so that you don't have to know that. I am. I'm a big fan of Modern. I think we're attacking pretty heavily here. Although, maybe not pretty... We go this, 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 and this, because we really don't want to put ourselves in a spot where either the Screecher eats something or the Worm eats something. Let's just send in these, and we'll do it this way. I mean, they can't not block with this creature. They know what's up. They probably can put us on even specifically, like, cruelty, but... And maybe we didn't even need to attack with the Conjurant, but it's still... It's 2 lands away from getting big enough to survive the Worm anyway. Divine Arrow is a good example of that, sure. So there you go. It's still a useful tool to know for the set. I'm glad that R&D is changing the templating so that you don't have to be an expert level player to properly use Gideon's Triumph, but you kind of do apparently for Divine Arrow and those types of cards. All right. Hopefully they don't have anything to blow us out in reverse. Yeah, I mean, I'm not playing around stuff because, like, we gotta hope that our cruelty is enough here. Oh shoot, good point. Lost my Conjurant to the onboard trick. That was pretty poor. But we did get him out of the air, so hopefully this will let us get there. And that's actually, you know, we talk about onboard tricks. That's one reason they don't do that as much anymore, is because of how dumb you feel. Right there, right? Like, attacking into that felt stupidly painful. And so they just try not to put too much of that. And of course we are punished because we would have had a nice... Yeah, if we were just a little bit more patient, besides not even reading, if we just been a little more patient with the Conjurant, we would have had a great setup here. We still get to attack in, though, with 2 biggies. It's not even like banding together ahead of a combat does anything. This is where we give them one of the Silver Wings, and that's okay. Yeah, we'll end up banding the Troll, for sure, but I'm going to wait till they put the... put this Triumph on the stack, and then we'll do it. Now, Ceratok plus Nurturer is a double block on Primordial Worm that only is a 1-for-1, so that's good. But yeah, suboptimal play this game. Not happy about my decision with that Conjure, not only because of not seeing the onboard trick, but I think I shouldn't even attacked if there wasn't an onboard trick. I should not have offered Worm for Conjurant. So, I think I got a little pressure heavy in my head there. We're kind of awkward here, but I think if they don't gain any life, and we can just get a little extra help, I think Silverwing gets there. But the difference between a 3-turn clock and a 4-turn clock is pretty significant here.
The land shall conquer you.
Again, no, not like no, Robert. We would have if they would have played it right, they would have eaten the Druid, taken an extra 2, and then made us sacrifice the Silverwing anyway. This is good though. We want some. It's not as good as something to help us in the air. Like if we had Courage and Crisis for the Silverwing, we could end this pretty quickly. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to ignore Nissa, and we're going to try to Silverwing it here. Now it's serious trouble. Wouldn't mind our Planeswalker. I feel like we've really been failing to draw our good stuff, except when we can't cast it.
Behold, nature's true power.
Come on, justice for Saheeli. Okay. I guess we just have to take out Nissa and not die to that. But where were you before? All right. $19 to 19. We're one ahead on cards in library. My oppos never miss. This might as well say 3 and a green, colon, draw a great card. Oh, it's starting to get complicated. I better not fade here. Don't lose the thread, Ryan. How are you going to win this? Soren would be nice. Soren can ping himself and gets us back something that maybe can contest in the air. But frankly, with the War Screecher and the Law Rune Enforcer, I don't even think attacking through the air is how we win now. We are literally winning through Soren or Vampire Opportunist activations. I don't really see much else left in our deck that's going to get us there. There's a Courage in Crisis. That could do something post-Sorin. Playing this land makes the army bigger, but we may be better off making Sorin bigger and waiting for Sorin before playing a land. But maybe a 2/2 army is actually relevant at this point, because it at least can double block with a Reaver and take out a 3/3 land or whatever. Not really. I'm going to do it. I don't think Soren's size is actually that relevant if we do draw him. Silverwing, Pollenbright Druid for the Proliferate, or Sage for ongoing Proliferate, and I don't think Sorin is Battlefield, right? So it's not like if we could get Conjurant back to our hand, that would be good. Makes some sense. I understand. I would attack if they, I mean, well, the Screecher does provide some big toughness defense for them. But if they think they need to win on life total, at what, you know, at some point you gotta. Oh, what's that about? Yeah. Okay, there we go. I like it, Oppo. I think you do attack with the Screecher here. Put me on a 14-turn clock. At least that's faster than decking. Sage makes for a 3/3 token. Yeah, we'll do it. Well, I know we don't have good attacks. I think Oppo might have more good attacks than they have. I mean, 3/3 versus 2/2 might not, but if we draw another land, a 4/4 will. Like, we would love to have a 4/4 on this board, so I'm kind of moving towards that. Uh-oh, Screecher's doubling the clock now. They found it. They found the good attack. There it is. Let's see. I think we throw a chump in front of the worm this turn, and then with land or spell next turn. Well, why chump this turn? We could just put 3/3, 1/2, and 2/4 on it now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 toughness. So even the and 3, 4. Okay, so they can't activate the Screecher. This is the block I'm looking at here. This is a 2-for-1, but only like Nurture or Reaver. Oh no, sorry, I can math. It's a 2-for-1 Nurture Army. So yeah, I think we got to do something. A sad little triple block, but if it takes out the worm and we can draw any kind of action, we'll be happy. Actually, I don't know about any kind of action, if that makes us happy. Again, we're pretty slim on answers to even a 2/4 flyer. A little frustrating for Oppo to take 7 years to come up with that play. Like, RGVL, if you are explaining your moves to the people you're streaming to, I understand, but other than that, come on, just maybe they were spamming emotes or something and we didn't even know. I don't know. But, like, come on. And Soren, you're way too late. Now, if we'd kept the land, we wouldn't have had that play. I think we're just screwed here, and I don't even really want to show them the Soren after the blowout. Can we win from here? Is there any way to win from here? And this is 2 of 3, so I don't want to show them the Soren if we don't need to. I don't think we can win from here. It kind of shows a problem with this deck. Like, we have trouble winning a long game unless we can really get the proliferate going. Again, I think maybe we have a better shot in that game if I don't throw away that Conjurant. I think if we keep the Conjurant, we have enough defense to make a stand there. And interestingly, the tapper cannot tap the conjurant, so there's that. Bring in some forced landing for those flyers we're having trouble with. We'll leave our worm, but I like the old Duskmantle. Cut some beef for that. And then I like it. Yeah, Mr. Guy, I'm already happy, so I'm not worried. Like, we have a very tough time closing out games with this deck. We didn't quite get the oomph to break through in a true board stall, because we just don't have a lot of evasion. So yeah, we can make some... We make some big creatures, but it doesn't necessarily get them through. One page, don't look up bread. Bread is bread was oversimplified 10 years ago, and it's just straight up wrong now. You're correct. The only way it's correct now is the B. So there you go. Your big lesson from bread is draft bombs. Little on the low side. Worth keeping. We do have both colors. I'm going to keep. Aggro is a way to try and approach the format. We've had some success with aggro on stream. I think black-red aggro is the best. We've even seen Boros work because the bots really seem to undervalue both white and red right now, so you can get a lot of white-red decks come together pretty easily. Is it good? Like all aggro, you better draw the right ratio of spells and land and then draw stuff in the right order. But if you can do that, it's decent. Yeah, we went 6-3 with Boros yesterday. One page, yes, some removal isn't good anymore. Back in the days when bread had any value whatsoever, it was impressing on people that when you see removal, take it. And that value, we're gonna go ahead and do this. That value is largely just not, that's not true anymore. It's not just true that when you see removal, you take it. So now you have to assess your removal, and sometimes you take the hyper-efficient creature well over the terrible piece of removal. Do you want a 3-mana, 3/4 uncommon that does some synergy thing that's amazing in the set, or do you want a 6-mana sorcery removal with a clunky bonus like whatever, you know? And so... yeah. Penguin hits it on the head with when bread was useful with regards to removal. It was in an era where they didn't really print bad removal. Either it was removal and it was good, or it was something else. And now they kind of really make an effort to print removal that you would take below even average creatures in a format. The removal we have seen in this set is the best and most efficient it has been at common in years, in literal years. We're confirming that not all removal is created equal anymore, and reconfirming that the EAD side of bread was never useful to begin with. Because it's the same thing. I mean, it's a list of things to think about, but are you seriously, like, I just don't know how it's helpful to say, take other stuff above dregs. Like, what does the D in bread do for anybody? take bad cards last and good cards first, right? That's immediately useless. And so then you get into, okay, let's get into the REA part, the re part. Is that any worth in it? Even that's not worth anything. I thought that was ours for a second and got excited. Yeah, we'll just make another Silver Wing and attack, and then we have band together if we need to take out that bulk next turn. Skeptical Cat raises the other problem with the acronym. Nobody agrees on what it means anyway. And if you're using D as dudes, then your E is efficient dudes, and then then you get into, all right. So you think, I know you don't think this, Hat, but like again, fronting acronyms like that as a useful tool for drafters suggests that all I need to do is look, and if this Saheeli Silverwing has flying, that's evasion. Therefore, I should take it over a laptop Reaver, which has which is just a dude, right? I mean, it just doesn't work. Enough on bread. Don't use it. Bread's unhealthy for your drafting. Unfortunately, we cannot band together to take out a troll. That's really unfortunate. We may need to wait until we can. Can we afford to? Can we take 6 here? Yikes. Bomb dudes, remove dudes, efficient dudes, average dudes, and dudes. That's it. That's my new bread. Good job, Mr. Guy. Yeah, we can block with one side of it. Okay, I like that. I think we got to. We gotta do something here. Nice play. I have certain soapboxy buttons, and bringing up bread as a relevant and useful acronym is one of them. I think one of the first 5 episodes of Limited Resources is called Breaking Bread, because I wanted to get on that soapbox and smack it down from the very beginning of that show, even. I would say, yeah, and that's fair, One Page. I don't want you to. I hope you're not feeling attacked or anything. It's just a soapbox issue for me, nothing personal. I would say that if you are looking to help someone coming back into the game understand that concept, the thing to be driving home. The most useful thing that Bread ever drove home was the importance of removal. And so I think what you do is just skip, and maybe the importance of evasion, right? So skip trying to put it in an acronym. If you're trying to help somebody get better at draft, explain the importance of removal. And let's see, this is gain, they're going up. Okay.
Now do you see the
explain the importance of removal and how to evaluate it. Don't give an acronym, because that's going to encourage people to shortcut something that they shouldn't shortcut. They should actually think about and learn. Yeah, good place to start a conversation, but I think, again, the better place to start the conversation is just with, okay, let's talk about what's important in draft. Removal. Like, you don't need to throw the word bread in at all, is what I'm saying. Like, I just don't think it's that useful as even as a conversation starter. Just get to the point. And we're going to do this. Kind of up against it. I think we need to attack a Johnny, though. We're not winning this race, so let's deal with the bomb planeswalker on the other side of the table.
Oh, I've suffered worse.
Do you like the approach of larger tier groups with asterisks next to build-arounds? Yeah, that's more helpful. You still get into list mode, though, and, you know, stack ranks of cards breaks down pretty quickly. Your stacked rank list of power cards will not survive contact with the enemy. Great call out, Fanatic Guru, who says, something that helped me improve in draft when coming to Arena after a long time off was to pay close attention to my curve and making sure that you have a good number of 2 and 3 mana spells. That's going to be a thing players coming back to the game make huge mistakes on, and is a good call out. Not really. Mr. Guy asked about playing that forest. I debated not doing it. But if we drew the Sage, like, that doesn't change anything either.
Always conquer darkness.
Trying to figure out if we chump here. I think we do. Okay. Definitely doing this. And playing this. What is it going to get us? Probably more chumps. Bring back the Reaver. Create a couple of chumps. And to that extent, now I'm going to go... We don't need both of them there. Definitely need one. The question is, are we sending the other one here? I'm not going to block either of these with this, so I'm going to attack here and hope... although they could come at Sorin, but maybe that's okay too. Oh, sorry, I forgot about the lifelink. Bad. Down 4 life because I forget my own static abilities. I'm telling you, I've shaved off a lot of my mistakes over time in this format, but I continue to biff on static planeswalker abilities. It's crazy. Would we chump with the Silver Wing if they attack both? No, I'm going to do this.
A familiar taste. One that grows much sweeter.
I will have revenge for House Markov. I demand certitude.
If they send both at Sorin, are we chumping both? I should just figure out how to grant Dionysus unilateral punt declaration ability, and then he doesn't need to plead to the group to help support him. He can just punt me, and he has full authority to do so. Interesting. Bloom Hulk at me. Light Shield at Soren. That makes me want to just chump and save Soren and take 7. I don't think they have a 5-point trick. So yeah, I'm gonna chump with the Reaver and just take 7. But it would make Dionysus so happy. I just want to make people happy. My plan is definitely not to draw land. And I see what you mean. We chump both if we're gonna get the dude back because we just make more chumps, but we can... I just want to say things that sound good, Rob. I just want to say things that sound good. So, Finisher, that's interesting. I can't really do anything with that. Let's go up 2. Now we can attack with the Silver Wings, chump the Hulk, and Soren still stays alive. Get some life back here as well. I don't know about that, man. Bizarro Navarro, I always feel like I'm barely in control and riding on the edge, but we're taking some shots here. Taking some shots. Oh yeah, there's many things that could happen where we just straight up lose, but we also need to take a shot to win. So, trying to fade some outs, as we say in poker. Really, though, they're trying to have us fade our outs, because I think we lose this in the long run here. Uh-oh, they got a trick to go along with it? No way. That's gonna be rough. Toll, you are so late. I think we are now super dead as we're playing tolls to make chumps. But it's been a great stream. Got a lot of people from the raid still hanging around, I can see. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate that. Doesn't look like we're going to walk away with a 4th win, but so happy to make profit with this deck. The other thing to tell you all who are joining me for the first time today is we play on 2 different accounts here. We play on the Going Optimal account, which we play as free-to-play. And we've only ever spent $5 on the Welcome Bundle on this account, and we try to get in 5 drafts a week with it. Without paying any money. So the goal there is that Monday through Friday, we do 1 draft a day from the free-to-play account and show that you can get 5 drafts a week and stay positive. And then the other thing we do is switch to the paid account, which is my Godot account, and we play that account as though we have more money than time, and we buy whatever we need and don't worry about the expenses. We go for the magic we want whenever we want. because I think those are the two ways that people tend to approach the system, and so it's a way to explore the economy from those perspectives. Okay. You are also late, but we'll take it. We'll take it. Let's see. We're not dead here. If we got to take out the big guy. What do I need to do to get ready for Dominaria? I would go back and watch videos of successful Dominaria runs. Yeah, Ben Stark adores Dominaria. You can go back to his old VODs where he maybe played Dominaria, or go to... I would look for late format draft video content on your favorite strategy content websites. And then get a feel for how the best of the best are handling that format. I can tell you that I would avoid white-red. We've seen some people exploit bots successfully on that axis, but generally to me it is about it's a Sultai format, and my one line on it would be survive until you can loop shenanigans. Like, I just tend to looking to survive the early game so that my inevitability is just insane, and we go to the long game and I just start doing absurd things. Thank you, Hat. Hat providing a link to Ben Stark's refresher. That ought to be good. Here we have to double block the links and go to 1, but take out the links. Hey, Bruce. We're about to lose here, barring some exceptional stuff off the top. It's not nothing. Not nothing. This probably looks at a land, but at least we get a chump. We're very unlikely to win this one, but we just have not been dead, so we keep trying. Keep trying to make a comeback. What do we have here? We have Cruelty. Except the trouble is we can't even afford to take 1. And I don't know if we have an answer to Light Shield in the deck that's effective. I guess Thundering Ceratok is our out here. If they draw nothing but land and we find a Thundering Ceratok on top, we have... Well, even that hasn't stabilized because this can get to 5. I guess we need... Excuse me, we need the Primordial Worm. If we get the Primordial Worm off the top, we are not dead. I'm a big fan of Dominaria, and I might go as far as best in 10 years. I would say it might be a little bit better if Boros was a little bit better at being fun police, but then maybe that takes away the fun that I love so much about the format. I don't know. What's the right role for... All right, we didn't find it. And adding another card was the death knell anyway. But this was a pretty average deck with not a lot of finishing power. Someone was talking earlier about how Sigrist and other pros really prioritize inevitability in their War of the Spark draft, and that makes total sense because this is what happens a lot. And the person with the better top decks is going to come out ahead in these, so we were looking for it. We went in, ended up in green-black, and we're looking for things to splash. We had a couple of splash tools, but we just didn't really get the bombs to splash, and Luis and Marshall touched on... I'll let this guy go. There's no need to make Oppo suffer here. Sorry about that, Oppo. But yeah, when you go down this black-green path and don't find the bomb support, it can be pretty underwhelming. And I went in really just itching to make sure we got 2 wins to get our 800 gems back. So I really consider it a victory and above par performance for this particular deck to get to 1,500 gems. Although I do still have laments about our first loss. I think Ben Stark would have won the second match where we lost. And that bugs me because maybe we could have pushed it even higher. But it's also possible we flip that second game, manage to win it, and then still just, you know, lose the next two or whatever. So you never know. Sometimes you punt and it drops you into a loser's bracket where you manage to win out a couple more. Obviously, you want to not punt, though. I'm not making excuses for that.